the main operating system
I'm
on
going to
your
leave the
computer.
call
And
working
once again, I've
great.
got a video called How to Set Up a Virtual Machine that takes you
And
through
what?
this. But just to show you what I've got going on
Stable.
here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP, early
To academic excellence, to accountability, to meaningful engagement. And so, you know, the response we submitted speaks for itself.
Let me ask by show of hands, if you think that there would ever be a case where it's appropriate for the federal government to intervene in what's taught actually in the classroom.
We sure appreciated it. The optometrist,
Lindsay, if I may,
Dr. Chin.
one way that the federal government influences us all is in setting priorities. And every administration has done that. What are the critical priorities?
And here, the main option is to erase disk and install Linux Mint, because there's currently no operating system on my test rig. But if we were working on a computer with Windows installed, this screen would look something like this, with the default option being to install Linux Mint alongside Windows Boot Manager, which would create a dual boot. And I've got a whole video about dual boot options, which I'll link to in the video description. And here, if we wanted to, we could select erase. And here, the main option is to erase disk and install programs. Is to install there's currently no operating system on. And here I've installed a virtual box, which is on. If we're working on a computer, this allows you to of course, I'll list this page in the video. If you wanted to, here we go. Just to show you what down here, I've got I think it's Office XP. Once again, we'll try and run the virtual box. Next, we'll get us online by connecting because there's currently no operating system on test rig. On the next screen, but if we were working on a computer with Windows installed, this screen would look something like this, with the default option being to install the arriving alongside this Windows Boot Manager, which would create. So I'll just log in. I've got a whole video about dual. And here we are back on the desktop in the welcome wizard, and there's various things that here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical
who at least is a reasonable IQ person. You know, most of them are low IQ, but and they're so bad. I mean, what's going on in Chicago is just, you'd think the guy would say, hey, look, we have a problem, Mr. President. Could you come in and straighten it out? We could have that done in a month if we had their cooperation. It's going to be done anyway, but we could have it done in a month. Yep.
Supporters to have SpaceX stock, but there's this sort of 2,500 shareholder threshold for, you know, before you become a de facto public company. Maybe at some point SpaceX should become a public company, despite all the downside of being public.
And here we are, and just days ago, Elon Musk confirmed that yes, SpaceX is going to go public or IPO. We got this confirmation from Elon responding to an article that Eric
virtual machines and support a wide range of professional workflows. One of the most common questions people ask is how Kubuntu compares to Ubuntu. While both support on the same base, the difference lies in the desktop environment. Ubuntu uses GNOME, which is minimal and simplified. Ubuntu uses KDE Plasma, which is customizable and feature-rich. GNOME focuses on simplicity. Plasma focuses on flexibility. GNOME has a unique workflow that some users love.
Core fonts and enter. And it'll ask for my
and support a wide range of professional workflows. One of the most common questions people ask is how Kubuntu compares to Ubuntu. While both are built on the same base, the difference lies in the desktop environment. Ubuntu uses GNOME, which is minimal and simplified. Ubuntu uses KDE Plasma, which is customizable and feature-rich. GNOME focuses on simplicity. Plasma focuses on flexibility. GNOME has a unique workflow that some users love.
Charles, 814.
Receive.
Virtual machines and support a wide range of professional workflows. One of the most common questions people ask is how Kubuntu compares to Ubuntu. While both are built on the same base, the difference lies in the desktop environment. Ubuntu uses GNOME, which is minimal and simple. Ubuntu uses KDE Plasma, which is customizable and feature-rich. GNOME focuses on simplicity. Plasma focuses on flexibility.
I can't think of many people on
GNOME
staff
has a unique
who in the
workflow that
past
some users love.
were more adamantly anti-Mac.
Technology changes,
Virtual machines and support a wide range of professional workflows. Virtual machines. One of the most common questions professional workflows is how Kubuntu. One of the most common questions people ask.
Finally, we have the XFC, the
difference lies in
While
the
both
desktop.
each of these includes a different desktop environment, and if in doubt, go for Cinnamon, which is the most popular.
Which is customizable.
Another good distro for those who want an easy transition to Linux is
focuses on
Zorin OS.
simplicity.
This has a similar default panel and menu configuration to Linux Mint, and even includes different layouts here under Zorin Appearance, which try to mimic the look and feel of different versions.
The settings are extremely basic in there. All kinds of things built in as well, and a bunch of menus, which is how Cosmic does what they do. They're basically instead of because of that, I like the look, I think it's fine.
Well, in addition to supporting the development of Zorin OS, purchasing the Pro...
You get it out again, and you don't have to think about size or number of records or number of fields or anything like that unless it's really germane to your program.
And you have you're surrounded by great people and great parents, and say hello to them, okay?
Location, what's your TIM-20?
Open calculator.
I'll be at the sleep and see inside on a traffic stop.
Open calculator.
Charles.
Charles, 814.
Does the object in this photo look familiar to you? Possibly take you back to college physics class? Dr. John Shive, host of this next film, invented it at Bell Labs in the 1950s. It's called the Shive Wave Generator. Shive.
They indicted me like 5 times. I took a mugshot. Who would have thought it turned out to be a shot? But I had to take a mugshot. It's right out there in the door. New York Post. Front page of the
Who's the ones that are opening the door? Where are they at with their capacity? How can we help them and support them? And again, that's one of our trigger points of saying they're getting ready to reach capacity. We know it's going to be getting colder. That's one of those trigger points where we open up ours and we take that overflow with them. So.
Does the object in this photo look familiar to you?
Now it's a
Does the object in this photo look college physics class? Possibly take back John Hyde, this host class of this next film. Dr. John Hyde, host of this next film. It's invented by wave generator.
Windows PC randomly shuts down in the middle of, say, an important meeting, or just before a deadline with your work unsaved, just for it to spend, if you're lucky, minutes booting back up while it does forced updates, even though you said whichever option was closest to
Esther Moffat. It's an anagram, isn't it, Doctor? Esther Moffat. The rest of
Setting
me.
aside that stumbling of the word articulable is objectively very funny. Reasonable suspicion is a low bar. I have reasonable suspicion to believe that Tom Homan was doing that interview on about 12:00 p.m. But that is different from me having proof, isn't it?
To guarantee delivery by Christmas. Because great gifts like these earbuds shouldn't show up late. That's buyraycon.com/coldfusionopen. The links are below in the description too. Thanks to Raycon for sponsoring this video. Now back to the story. At the same time, without fixing the basics, the company began pushing AI into every part of its services.
Yeah. She had an individual and they were getting off the unit and being at her. Can you start one burger for £1? You log me off like that. 10-4.
The heavy snow stranding this school bus in Minnesota. Back in Washington, 17 rivers could see major flooding this week.
The situation is extremely serious.
And Camila Bernal joins us now live from Preston, Washington. Camila, we see that river there just behind you. There are real fears about it flooding. And there's already other flooding nearby impacting nearby homes and businesses.
I want to use mostly a keyboard to move
That's right,
windows
Tom.
around.
There is
I like having
concern
a
for
full
people who live along this river and
with its panels and stuff like that. I don't want to have to find
Negative
my own
fight in progress.
That. It's just not for me. But tiling features are extremely useful, and Cosmic, in my opinion, is the best job for that
right
kind of
here,
stuff. It's very simple.
The heavy snow stranding this school bus in Minnesota. Back in Washington, 17 rivers could see major flooding.
Converting a stressful situation extremely serious.
I like having a computer now.
What exactly does this
It's just not extremely tiny features in my opinion. It's extremely useful, and Cosmic, in my opinion, is the very simple. All you have to do is click on that little tiling applet. All you have to do is click on that little tiling applet and click tile the current tiling window manager. There you are. You have a full tiling window manager. Super plus keyboard shortcut to navigate where you can just use super plus arrow super plus to navigate between windows. You can use super plus up and down.
Yeah. She had an individual and they were getting off the unit and being at her.
Starting JSON security scan.
Engine 13, you came to my feedback.
I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro,
And I also want to make sure that offline we do this so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to virtual box and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So you on Cosmic and Pop OS. I love what they've done. It is a...
Copy 4401B, go ahead, sir.
To academic excellence, to accountability,
Yeah,
to
they are aware, so they're going to let
and
the students
so,
know.
you know, the response we submitted speaks for itself.
Let me ask by show of hands, if you think that there would ever be a case where it's appropriate for the federal government to intervene in what's taught actually in the classroom.
Lindsay, if I may, one way that the federal government influences us all is the priorities, and every administration has done that. What are the critical
Analysis.
All right, next up, we're going to go ahead and run the same three models that fit fully into GPU VRAM here. And we're going to exact same commands, everything. See what kind of tokens we get for prompt and for token generation here. Definitely see that the 5060 Ti already kicking up a lot. In the like 47% range for
You then have to do something that actually translates an electromagnetic wave from using electronics into a propagating wave out in the environment, and that's where research would happen in the MIT system. That field study, which looks like this. Up near that ball there, which has a large 7-meter antenna in it. So we do a number.
160. Flight 13, Mac 91, Flight 13, Mac 91, boom pumps call 2310 Red Mile, 2310 Red Mile.
What?
We are following breaking news right now. The U.S. is using an
from that down 237 left. 7001, work off flight dispatch, 104.
Changes, including here in font selection. And I've also gone down to the panel and right-clicked and gone to panel settings where I've made the changes higher, including here using this font selection. And I've also gone down to the panel and right-clicked. I've also gone to the panel settings where I've made the panel higher. Pad is somewhere on this computer. Here I've altered some there it is. We need to set a larger mouse. I've also gone into preferences and mouse figure the menu. We can go down and right-click down here. There it is. I've set a larger mouse pointer. Here for NVIDIA. It's also possible to configure the menu. If we go down and right-click, we program is to install a virtual machine. And here I've installed something called VirtualBox, which is running down here, and this allows you to run a guest operating system inside the host, the main operating system on your computer. And once again, a video called How to Set Up a Virtual Machine that takes you through this. But just to show you what I've got going on here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP.
Or do you want to be able to track their movements?
To monitor these activists and check that they're not disrupting business, everything.
He knows already who are the leaders, what he wants to find out.
And it was at that moment that our undercover reporter and ourselves, when we saw the footage later, jaw dropped to the floor.
From Europe, from the US.
And here we see Günter Rudolph discussing the challenges.
I've licensed this as an add-on to this, and you'll find the return. Let me know when you're ready for the first one.
Go ahead with that.
Victor, Tom, Victor, 8967. Tom, Boy, 1419. Noah, Robert, 1303. Last one. Nora, 4988.
And that is done by a fourth program.
Scan complete.
The main option is to erase
system is secure.
This is currently no operating system on
dividing it into
test
pieces, representing each piece
if we were working on a computer with Windows installed, this screen would look something like this, with the default option being to install Linux Mint alongside Windows Boot Manager, which would create a
Computing is going to be more
video about dual boot options, which I'll link to in the video
computer
description.
technology is going to...
And here, if we wanted to, we could select erase.
Silence trimming complete.
Travis. Special Agents Gray. This is Moran.
Placement scan complete.
We're the FBI negotiators. It's a...
To notify y'all that I am in the field if y'all have any calls for me. Over.
Which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer is an NVIDIA graphics card. We need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And the system will now reboot, and once again we're arriving in Linux Mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in. I have got a USB drive plugged into the system, as you can probably see up here, and if we click this little button here to add a USB filter for the currently attached device, we can see it here. There's lots of devices
and ease of use issues are areas that need attention. The reaction,
drive.
yet again,
we are.
wasn't very
So
kind.
click on OK, and if we now launch our virtual machine,
In the end, this story is less about Windows changing and more about Microsoft's priorities. The company found a model that maximizes shareholder value, but it comes at the cost of the user experience. So the real question is whether Microsoft is willing to put users first, even if that means earning a little less. But as Linux software compatibility improves, especially for games,
you can go back and forth as much as you like, just that way graphically, and you go back the other way as we just saw there. It's all very straightforward to use. But I thought we'd now move on to setting up a shared folder to share files back and forth between the virtual machine, the guest machine, and the host machine here.
And you can clearly see that some stuff is
so,
not
to do this,
animated
we'll
as
first
it should
close
be.
down
Some stuff
the
isn't
virtual
as
machine,
smooth as it should
like
be.
that.
There are some performance problems.
There we go, and we'll go to the
app.
machine
Not
in
sure if it's
VirtualBox and go.
Score 20251211 120238.
And then you can restore a virtual machine if you change the equal distance. Various things that can be done here. For example, on external SSD, I've got a couple of windows.
Residential alarm, 15214 Main Royal Drive, 15214 Main Royal Drive, question of the Whitecap, easy 1511, work off fire dispatch, level.
You can go as much as you like.
And you can clearly see that some stuff is
So we now move on to setting up a shared folder to share files between guest
These changes had in common was they kept people connected to Microsoft's online
do this, we'll first
This is
close
where the
down
bigger picture of Windows is surfaced. The real product is the network extended downloading Microsoft's
But in 2025, they're often the least important part of your setup. Because what actually makes you trackable usually has nothing to do with your IP address, your browser, your behavior.
Roger that. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate the call.
The bill validator sitting around and not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted.
Alright, I just put the 932 with the... That's why I got
Yeah, and then 915, I got layout. At least.
Like on the other mile southeast of Fort Lavaca, we got 49 minutes and 585.
Right.
Engine 4, Medic 15, Medic 91. Forward chest pain call 2042 Waldron, 2042 Waldron, Waldron Road, Baptist Church, Conscious Health Fisher, ESD 905, work off EMS 1 at around 14.
Okay, any requests from the public to make public comment on any items 9 through 28, please come forward. And these tools do more for your privacy than any software VPN ever will. So first we have to make public comment. Yes or don't. Okay. Let's start with what almost nobody
She
can.
says that to all the customers, but we sure appreciated it. The
Kennedy.
uptime, Dr. Chin.
People come in asking for made in America between Little Italy and Chinatown.
Airport 60, David Rampart.
David Rampart.
Someone doctors received.
the asshole that called about the tree and all that back there.
We can get back to a window mode at any time.
It's the problem.
Pressing the host key plus F, with the host key currently set to be
I do.
right control. So I'm going to set to not see that message again, and I will switch to full screen. And oh look, Windows is not full available, of which we need to install.
Safe dispatch radio code
the first of these is the base package, so let's just install this. This gives us the basis of
1027.
Location, what's your 10-20?
Open calculator.
I'll be at the sleep in and see inside on the traffic stop.
Open calculator.
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Reiner was expected
Naming
to
and
appear in
preparation
court today, but his
complete.
lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Allegedly kill his parents. Nick Reiner was expected
Naming
to appear
and
in court
preparation.
today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
With the host key currently set to be right control. So I'm going to set to not see that message again, and I'll switch to full screen. And oh look, Windows is not full
Clear the stripes and route.
Councilman Wayne.
Complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
I call them the yard sign version of nurses. These are the newly approved, larger square feet. Too much to ask. Too much to ask. When you do your
Drug traffic by sea is down 92%. And nobody can figure out who the 8% is.
I don't have product disconnect will just take that down there. Now, when we've done that, I want to get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't beat the requirements for offline when we do this, but I can fix this by going. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going faster.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck quickly.
Yeah.
I can use that word.
And I said to them,
machine. And here I've installed something called Virtual Box, which is running down here, and this allows you to run a guest operating system inside the host, the main operating system on the computer. And once again, when the video called, I just set up a virtual machine that takes 6 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Down here, I've got a copy of Windows
Album art workflow.
This is a test
Database
copy of
sorting
Windows 7,
complete.
and
The
here I've
entire
installed
audio
I think
workflow
it's
is
Office
finished.
XP, early
Okay, and then 9:15.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Process 9, quarantine 0. Normalization complete. Move 9 files to processing zone.
And, you know, I think we did learn a lot from the last time we did this. I know that there's great organizations out there that are trying to help also. So I think the coordination efforts and, you know, last year I know that there were some clothes and some other things that one of the vendors was trying to get and they couldn't get, and it was a little frustrating, but if everybody works together,
Silence trimming completed.
I know that it's going to be deep.
Process 3020.
Thank you.
Okay, Chief White, thank you so much. We appreciate the present.
Renaming complete. New files sorted. 9 placed in worded folders. Quarantined 1 empty folders. FVC JSON generation complete with worded series files. Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
Alpha Medic 15, Medic 15, Expansion 13, reference to man down, 15, Causeway, westbound. Alright. 1420. Alright. Four.
Stop it by land, but it never worked. It never worked when you did it in a very politically
any
correct
requests from the public public comment on any items 9 through 28, please come
Well, I don't
forward.
want to tell you exactly, but we are certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well.
One for
We've had a couple of days where there isn't a boat to be found.
Right away, it had to be the cutting board. When I got home, I checked
tremendous
it.
amounts
It
coming
was
by
clean,
boats, by
but
boats.
deep in the grooves, there were bits of old food. I smelled it and nearly gagged. That same raw chicken smell. I always cleaned it well, hot water, soap, even bleach. But I found out wood cutting boards absorb juices like a sponge, trapping bacteria like E. coli and salmonella deep inside, where bleach can't even reach. I felt sick. I threw it out on the spot. Thankfully,
and we set that back. Now is the time to come forward for peace. But I think one of the takeaways from this as well is the unprecedented level of ongoing cooperation. I can't speak highly enough of the chairman and his staff and General Carrillo in CENTCOM, what they've done to look around the corner, to pre-position, to understand how an operation like this comes together. The scope and scale of what occurred last night would take the breath away of almost any American in the opportunity. And we set that back. Now is the time to come forward for peace. And we set that back. Now is the time to come forward for peace. Well, is the unprecedented level of ongoing cooperation. I can't speak highly enough of the chairman of ongoing cooperation. I can't speak highly enough of the chairman in CENTCOM, what they've done to look around the corner in CENTCOM, pre-position to understand how an operation like this comes together, position to understand the scope how an operation like this comes together.
Location, 10-20.
Almost any American.
Spectacular.
Set that back. Now is the time to come forward for peace. But
the heavy snow is stranding the school bus in Minnesota. Back in Washington, 17 rivers could see major flooding this week.
And his
the situation is extremely serious.
General Carrillo
and Camila Bernal joins us
what
now
they've
live
done
from
to look around the
Washington.
corner,
Camila, we
to
see that river there
to understand how an operation like this comes together.
And there's already other
the
flooding
scope and
nearby
scale of what occurred last night
businesses.
Would take the breath away of almost any American.
That's right, Tom. There is huge concern for people who live along this river and the
doesn't get as much attention as the bad. So every Saturday we highlight people who spread joy and love.
And we set that back. Now is the time to come forward for peace. But I think one of the takeaways from this as well is the unprecedented level of ongoing cooperation. I can't speak highly enough of the chairman and his staff and General Carrillo and CENTCOM, what they've done to look around the corner, to pre-position, to understand how an operation like this comes together. The scope and scale of what occurred last night would take the breath away of almost any American.
Mr. Snowden, I think you said 2 times 9 is 18. I don't think we need that many people off the council. If we all put one, you're going to get such a big committee that you can't get anything done. Because you know everybody likes to talk. Look here. So it's just.
Program is to install a virtual machine. And here I've installed something called Virtual Box, which is running down here. And this allows you to run a guest operating system inside the main operating system.
I'm going to leave a call.
I've got a video called How to Set Up a Virtual Machine that takes you through this. But just to show you what I've got going on here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP. Early
and we set that back. Now is the time to come forward for
most
peace.
operations that you do is communication, so there's always something that we can improve, and we'll be glad
the unprecedented level of ongoing cooperation.
Okay,
I can't speak highly enough of the chairman and his staff and General Carilla in CENTCOM, what they've done to look around the corner, to preposition, to understand how an operation like this comes together. The scope and scale of what occurred last night,
I think lessons we learned from the last time. Sounds to me like you've got a really good plan.
changes, including here in font selection.
And we set that back. Now is the time to come forward for and we set that back.
Now is the time to come forward for peace.
I think one of the takeaways from this operation, I can't speak highly enough of the chairman of ongoing cooperation. I can't speak highly enough General Carilla in CENTCOM, what they've done to go around the corner in CENTCOM, position to understand how an operation like this comes together, position to understand how an operation like what occurred last night would take the breath away. Scale of what occurred last night would take the breath away of almost any American.
Windows 11. So, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network.
Your business stand out.
Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, which is the requirements for Windows 11. We can fix this by going back to the
so that customers can go from noticing your brand to being loved. Right now, new customers get 50% off with code NEW20.
Go ahead, engine 5.
Charles.
Charles, 814. Right to the shop. Out of service or in service for the shop? Copy.
Charlie 482, copy, Paul Lincoln, 0284.
Okay.
10-4. 1 mile, starting over 9.
7-5.
out there for security.
40 air stands for. 182, did you copy?
64 traffic.
Did we get a description on the individual?
Yeah, Mr. W is 3726.
No, there's a negative, but he's with security.
Charlie 482, copy, Paul Lincoln North.
Medic 91. Safe.
28, or back at Park House.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. 637. CNS ACPD, make contact with a Shannon Jordan. She's going to be sitting outside on the bench in reference to a theft that occurred at her residence off of Catamaran.
Well, I doubt that's what my mother says, because she's asleep. I went back here and
and once again, we're arriving in the next mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in, and here we are back on the desktop with a welcome wizard. And there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
All drivers to the free on 358 East, just past the station.
Negative. He's stating that it appears that once they saw the lights from the unit, the female jumped into the truck and the truck took off.
1,432 phase dipoles at 50 megahertz frequencies. So each one of these guys is a half-wave dipole, so the meters are about 10 feet from there to there. They're all on wooden posts. They're dual polarization.
fat.
I remember back in the motivation, I do not want to have anything in the quick launch bar, so we'll get rid of that and click on next. And finally, click on install. And there we are. VirtualBox is now installed on our system. And we'll let it run. That, this, and here we have VirtualBox. Here. And remember, now back in the motivate, but I do not want to have anything in the quick launch bar, so we'll...
Wonderful. My niece is next.
1,432 phase dipoles at 50 megahertz or 6 meters frequency. So each one of these guys is a half-wave dipole, so that's 3 meters or about 10 feet from there to there. They're all on wooden posts. They're dual polarization. And this is all steered by electronic phasing. So even back in the 50s, one knew that you could do this. In Europe.
You can be back here at the station.
Stuck-up bitch. You quit? Uh-huh.
Location, what's your 10-20?
Open calculator. I'll get to sleep and see you inside on the traffic stop.
Open calculator.
To academic excellence, to accountability, to meaningful engagement. And so, you know, the response we submitted speaks for itself.
Let me ask by show of hands, if you think that there would ever be a case where it's appropriate for the federal government to intervene in what's taught actually in the classroom.
Lindsay, if I may, one way that the federal government influences us all is in setting priorities, and every administration has done that. What are the critical priorities?
Location, what's your 10-20? Location, what's your 10-20?
I'll be at the sleep inside on
the response we submitted speaks for itself.
Lindsay, if I may, one way that the federal government influences us all is in setting priorities, and every administration has done that. What are the critical priorities for science and technology? What are the critical areas for the United States to be competitive? So I guess in that way, when they say here are areas for research funding, that does impact what we all do, but directly in the classroom, I would agree that that's less of a federal.
You also have a very basic text editor. It doesn't do much. It does have some Git management features if you need that, but I think most people will just use another text editor if they need to edit files in a Git repo. It's a very simple one, but it has the merit of existing and letting you
Target 320, Ricker Road.
And if we see the need, we open it up early, so we're not trying to do it last minute.
What do we need to do to make some modifications? Because as recently as
I don't know, 2 weeks ago, we had 2 or 3 consecutive days where overnight temperatures were in the 40s, low 40s, and it feels like we're in the mid to low 30s. I realized that the
Charles, in light of China's on rare birds, do you view India as
And if we see the need, we open it up early, so we're not trying to do it last minute. If we see the need, we open it up early, so we're not trying to do it last minute.
All we need you guys to do is show up. Show your constituents that you care about what they're going through, what it's like to not have a fridge that's full, to not have a house that is well built enough to keep you warm. You don't have to be houseless to get help at the free store. I had someone call me, a coworker who has a coworker who works for the ferries out in Port A.
Alright, I just because the 932 was the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that I kind of...
I'll accept your representation. I don't know.
Thank you. It was all over the media at the time. It's a New York Times article. It says Jeffrey Epstein indicted on sex charges as discovery of nude photos is disclosed. Dated July 8th, 2019. And the Times reports a trove of lewd photographs of girls was discovered in a safe inside financier Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan mansion. Author Michael Woe has conducted numerous interviews of Jeffrey Epstein. I'm going to play for you a video clip of what Michael
in a red jacket. He's having suicidal thoughts if he wants to hurt himself. If there's somebody in your name you can call to come talk to him.
Is he making? Did he say anything to you?
No, he's calm. He's fine. He just says he wants some help. He's having a difficult time thinking right now. He's in a negative space right now.
No, not anybody. PD has, they have some,
you got any youth come out here, they're probably 18.
MHI officers that, if they're on, they deal with that.
Is the answer this time. Jimmy, get PD out here, please. See what they want to do.
Yeah, that's that for, sir.
Yeah, let them know they got a subject who's making suicidal threats, I guess. They need help.
Antonio, Ramirez, 605. Antonio Ramirez, 605.
2801, 1044.
Can I get a good
Definitely.
I'm
10-8, you feel.
Given the 915, I got that one going. I had an entry box.
10-4,
Is he ready?
932 also, right?
932. Yeah.
Running out of station 72 for training.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a
process, and we are obtaining.
And as I do here, I click on not. The DA and then tag name and Nick home.
I want to get back here to
so now all items marked as
unclassified document
then I can focus on
the record and a document from the Economic Times also. So I'm going to give you the last 30 seconds. We could go on about the Epstein, but I'm just going to let you, if you wish.
Yeah. She had an individual and they were getting off the unit and spit at her.
We run on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand. Right now, new customers get 20% off.
Ready, 74, 10, 7.
Did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand.
And I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards and then
28. But in 225, they're often going to use 28.
And we can find here Fonts Ubuntu Classic, which is the old version of the Ubuntu fonts. So let's install that. There we go, that was painless. And the next thing we want to do is to restart, because as you'll see when I click the menu here, now things have gone a little bit loopy because we've just changed the font. So let's just do a restart. Windows 11. But we can fix and we can find here Fonts back again, Classic, which is the old version. Already I can see things are looking so correct. And we can find here Fonts Ubuntu
location 13-20.
And restart, because as you see when I click the menu here, things have gone a little bit loopy because we've just so let's just do a as you'll see when I click the menu here, things have gone a little bit loopy because we've just changed the font. So let's and start. Already I can see things are looking correct, although they won't. Here we are back again, and already I can see things are looking correct, although they won't. And we can find here Fonts Ubuntu Classic, which is the old version of the Ubuntu font. So let's install that. There we go, that was painless. And the next thing we want to do is to restart, because as you'll see when I click the menu here, things have gone a little bit loopy because we've just changed the font. So let's just do a restart. And here we are back again, and already I can see things are looking correct again, although there we go, and nothing looks different, but now we get additions installed.
Right away it had to be the cutting board. When I got home, I checked it. It looked clean, but deep in the grooves, there were
find here Fonts Ubuntu, so this is the old version of the Ubuntu. So let's install that.
As you see when I check the menu here, so let's do Lucas change the font, so let's do start. And a few guys again. And there's already nearby homes and businesses.
That's right, Tom. There is huge concern for people who live along this river and
be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and PopOS, I love what they do. It is a fantastic first draft.
I knew right away it had to be the cutting board. When I got home, I checked it. It looked clean, but deep in the grooves there were bits of old food. I smelled it and nearly gagged. That same raw chicken smell. I always cleaned it well, hot water, soap, even bleach. But I found out wood cutting boards absorb juices like a sponge, trapping bacteria like E. coli and salmonella deep inside, where bleach can't even reach. I felt sick. I threw it out on the spot. Thankfully...
Can I have an individual, please? Give me one more.
Security efforts is just the beginning. We're also designating the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, a big deal from a legal standpoint and military standpoint. We've ended catch and release, and we endured and ensured that anyone who sets foot across our border illegally is intercepted, arrested, and immediately deported, or if they're really bad, they're
right away
because we don't want to ever...
When I got home, I checked it. It looked clean, but deep in the grooves there were bits of old food. I smelled it, and nearly gagged. That same raw chicken smell. I always cleaned it well, hot water, soap, and bleach. But I found out wood threw it out on the spot. Thankfully, sponge. But I knew I needed a coli and salmonella deep inside. Thankfully, cutting board.
What do we mean by XR? We see XR as a spectrum of devices, from headset to glasses. That's right. On one end, you have powerful headsets for shorter, more immersive computing tasks, like watching 3D movies, playing games, and getting work done. On the other, you have lightweight AI glasses providing all-day wear and quick access to information. And in the middle are devices that blend the two. We already use an ecosystem of devices, from leopard.
I think that at 15, 76, 15 years, they're playing leopard. Thank you.
Earlier, charged dozens of people in Minnesota's Somali community for allegedly aliens of the plugins.
Roger that. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
For the bill validator, sitting around and really not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted.
Alright, I just put the 932 with the $12 bill also that's why I got confused.
Starting JSON security scan. At least
140. You got any youth go out here? They're probably 18. Sure. You want Lysol? 140. You got any youth go out here? They're probably 18. Sure. Medic 14, you get up? Jim Wells, do you want Lysol?
Shutting down your computer is no longer simple, because Windows insists on installing updates first. I'm sure your boss will understand when your Windows PC randomly shuts down in the middle of, say, an important meeting, or just before a deadline with your work unsaved, just for if you're lucky, minutes booting back up while it does. Even you said whichever option was closest to...
Yeah, and then 915.
From layout. At least.
Yes, ma'am. Just advising a minor change on the notes. The passenger is going to be on the pharmacy side of the HB. 10-4, I'm on my way. Thank you. You're welcome. 103 to face. Can I get a private, please? On MV dispatch for a radio check. You're loud and clear, sir. 10-4, unit 3031 back on your right line. Hey, man, just 6 I say available quarters. 10-4, thanks, sir. Score 5. Please. Service roving to 1 p.m. and
Try them on for the few friends.
What do you think? Oh, gosh.
I bet he says that to all the customers, but we sure
Hello.
appreciated it. The uptown Dr. Chin.
I guess so.
Yo, 1.
Hey, yo, 1. 14. Airport 60, David, Rampart.
David, Rampart.
Hello. I want to be here.
She had an individual and they were getting off the unit just being at her.
p.m. Eastern Standard Time last night during a riot to the U.S. submarine in the Central Command area of the submarine in the Central Command area responsible Tomahawk land more than 2 dozen Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles against key surface infrastructure targets. As the Operation Midnight Hammer strike, Operation Midnight Hammer strike, thank you very much. I appreciate several deception. The U.S. employed several deception tactics as the forwarding generation.
Once the bill's inserted.
Alright. I just put the 932 with the stuff out of there. That's why I got confused.
And then 915, I
from layout. At least
140. You got any we just go out here? They're probably 18. Sorry. What do we have for happen? 10-4.
214 and 224 is going to be on 2525 Avenue East.
I have him in custody.
Scan complete.
10-4.
System is secure.
Yeah, let's try it work.
That good? There's no tablet in my unit. And 4. Going to 49. Turn 9. Go ahead and take 49, and you should be able to use that key. 10-4. 1-5-1-95.
10-4.
Is it J or C? It's going to be with a C. 10-4.
Church, but I haven't seen her outside yet. Okay, let me see where she's at. Hang on 1 second. 10-4. Thank you. Front.
And this is all steered by electronic phasing. So even back in the 50s, 1, 2, 3. In Europe, you have another
supposing they made
radar that's about that size.
rigid, full correction.
Roger that. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted.
A little bit more scrutiny, particularly when it comes to the social media of it all. But right now, the proposed rule change is just that, and so there are a few details on how this exactly would play out.
Any response just yet from the tech or social platform companies?
Yeah, not publicly, but they are among the rest rest of us who have an opportunity to chime in over the next 60 days. And it will be really interesting to see where they land with all of this, because we know that the major tech CEOs have cozied up to, if not partnered with, the Trump administration during this second term.
Yes, for family friends or podcasters called D&J for
It'll be really interesting to see where they land with all of this, because we know that the major tech CEOs have cozied up to, if not partnered with, the Trump administration during this second term. And so depending on what kind of tech we're talking about, they could, some of them, even have something to gain here when we talk about AI, right? But they could just as easily face pushback from any of their millions of users who trust them with sensitive information, and then the ripple effect of having to share information from your family members and things of that nature.
Yeah, and we started meeting.
This one was too big to rig. It was just too big to rig. They would have rigged. They tried to rig it. But think of it. They want to send my children to jail. They were after Don in particular. I'll never
Silence
forget
trimming complete.
Adam Shifty Schiff, a total crooked guy, lying in Congress, making up a phone conversation that I have with you, totally made up. Then when he heard it was taped, he wanted to disappear.
Go ahead.
Gravity. It's super nice. I tried to turn upside down.
It'll be really interesting to see where they land with all of this, because we know that the major tech CEOs have cozied up to, if not partnered with, the Trump administration during this second term. And so depending on what kind of tech we're talking about, they could, some of them, even have something to gain here when we talk about AI, right? But they could just as easily face pushback from any of the millions of users who trust them with sensitive information, and then the ripple effect of having to share information from your family members and things of that nature.
Valid information. So I'll go ahead and place the call. He's unneeded at this time. Never mind. Full street station. And get with Jeremy Torino. He's got some stuff that's coming over here from HR. 4 HR from him.
Location, what's your 10-20?
Open calculator. I'll be at the sleeping side on the traffic stop. Open calculator. Charles.
Charles, 814.
There's a third kid. Absolutely. Accuracy's there. He's putting rounds on target. Hopefully this doesn't come to bite him.
Error back at Park House.
Accuracy's there. He has a weapon, putting rounds on target. Hopefully this doesn't come to bite him. Could end his day, but he's rolling them right now. It's looking good because of sticky ball.
Rolling up them.
Could end his day, but he's rolling them right now. He's looking good. Yeah, he's on the edge.
Rolling up them.
Last one, number 5. Yeah, he's on the edge probably for his.
Florida base, can I get a private, please? Rowdy, 11B, 10 from the yard base. That's why I have a good day, sir. Can you run a name and date of birth? Go ahead. Can it be Shella, first name, Charles Henry, Edward, Lincoln, Adam?
I was able to read it, but it was very covered with wind.
10-4.
Yeah, Andrew's shooting at 375. He's coming from the Manners company. Yeah, Andrew's shooting at 375. He's coming very well versed in that company. You can see that first shot. He nailed to play almost center max.
And overall quality. This is where evaluator agent will refine and correct any potential errors the planner agent may have made using rule-based or MAM-based checks. The evaluator agent and planner agent will then talk back and forth until applies refined and improved match user request. And finally, the explainer agent will translate and present the final result to the user.
27 comes back to Chella, Florida. Master is Hispanic female that runs his past ID only.
And overall quality. This is where evaluator agent will refine and correct any potential errors the planner agent. This is where evaluator agent will refine and correct any potential errors the planner agent and planner agent will then talk back and forth. And the evaluator agent refine and planner agent will then finally back and forth. Explainer agent will translate and present the final result to the user. Finally, the explainer agent will translate and present the final result to the user.
Charles, 814.
Roger that. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate the call.
For the bill validator, spinning round and round and not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted.
Alright, I just put the 932 with the sub-dollar bill. Also, that's the one that, that's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 915, I got
Memphis. Last night alone in Memphis, we were on the 70 arrests. There were 12 gun seized. And there was a 70-year-old man arrested as a result of our operation in Memphis who raped a child under the age of 3. That one case is making everything we're doing worthwhile. So thank you all for being here on behalf of the Thank you, President Trump.
So this is a great day.
Confirmation 31, medic 91, visible 11, 3, 30 march, 11, 330 marching drive, ENC 2009.
I'll be sure.
A state he had never visited, all because facial recognition software said he looked like a shoplifting suspect. Or finally, Portia Woodruff, 8 months pregnant, falsely identified as a robbery suspect and hauled off in handcuffs in front of her kids. These aren't just edge cases. These are the canaries in the coal mine. If the system is both wrong and secret, then the people it hurts the most are the least able to fight back. So at this point you may be thinking, cool, Jeff, fine. Now I'm terrified. What exactly?
For the bill validator, spinning round and round and not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted.
Alright, I just because the 932 was the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that that's why I got confused.
To be my own daily driver.
Okay, and then
But are you a Linux Mint user? And if so, what do you think about the latest version? Do let us all know down in the comments section. But now that's it for another video. If you've enjoyed what you've seen here, please press that like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. And I hope to see you again.
Spinning round and round and not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted. Once the bill's inserted.
Alright, I just because the 932 was the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that dollar bill. That's why I got confused. That's why I got confused.
Some performance problems when opening and closing apps, not shorting apps, not shorting.
At the time, I didn't know how much this sucked.
Do let us all know down in
In case that's deeply. Yeah. And you can use that. I said to them.
If you haven't subscribed, please enjoy what you've seen here, please. And I hope to talk to you again. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. And I hope to talk to you again.
That stumbling on the word articulable is objectively.
There ever be a case where it's appropriate for the federal government to intervene in what's taught actually in the classroom?
Lindsay, if I may, one way that the federal government influences us all is in setting priorities, and every administration has done that. What are the
you have a few options here and there. Honestly, for my needs, it's way more than enough. It's a good terminal, it does, and it makes it and if you have a preferred app, you can install it from that. We also have a very basic text editor. It doesn't do much. It does have some Git management features if you need that, but I think most people will just use another text editor if they need to edit files in a Git repo. It's a very simple one, but it has the merit of existing and letting you
install Windows 11 Pro and
Stat. Call for engine 3 medic 1, engine 3 medic 1, unknown EMS 2913:13:, CSP 001. Initially staging proceeding safe on this call.
I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there. We'll install Windows 11 Pro. I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards. And
copy and 02.
Lecture hall, I passed Maria Zuber, who's the Vice President for Research, for whom I work. So in some sense, this hallway is a little familiar from that point of view. So I do research. I do not teach. We are 100% scientific research. I get grants from places like NSF and NASA to do this sort of thing. And so I play with radio waves. And so before we get started, this picture right here is one of the things I want to talk about is a
28. But in case 25, they're often the least important part of your study. Because what actually makes you practical?
X-ray delta, Lima Tango.
23. Browser, your behavior.
Okay, any requests from the public?
Maria Zuber, who's the Vice President. Lecture hall, I passed Maria Zuber, who's the Vice President. In some sense, this hallway is a little familiar from that. So in some sense, this hallway is a little familiar from that. I do not teach. So 100%. I do not scientific research. I get grants from places like NSF and NASA research to do this grants from places like NSF and NASA. So I play with radio. And so I play with radio. And so this picture right here is one of the things I want to talk about. One of the things I want to talk about.
You know, but I'm not a police officer. But I'm just saying, but he had that or I was shadowed and like this. So we'll be, that's going to be played out internationally.
Well, the police were ripping at the work.
New JSON has been completed.
Roger. Thank you very much. I appreciate
I would like it to be creatively difficult. Morgan's not the only one who would like to see better security from the Internet of Things. It's already a huge issue for U.S. corporations losing hundreds of millions every year to IoT breaches. Justin here used to work with U.S. intelligence extensively. Nowadays, he's a director for Darktrace, a security firm on the front lines of IoT security.
So first thing, I ask a customer how many devices they expect to see on their network. And on one
Well, he's an individual.
We find a number of packages available of which we need to install.
State dispatch.
The first of these is the base package, so let's just install this. This gives us the basis of VirtualBox. And of course, I need to enter my password.
May complete my call at 4002.
There we are, that's now installed. So we go back. We're next going to install VirtualBox Guest Editions ISO, which will improve the performance of our virtual machine, not least by permitting it to run full screen and allowing a shared.
Wartime Prime Minister, certainly. He did a big thing when we went in with this very plane right here.
Informant 11, Engine Informant 11. Trespassing call 3218 SKD 7218 South Authoritarian Drive, Palm Apartments. Apartment 3B, 3 boy, ESD 1111. Or across the MS1, 1231.
And their nuclear capability would have been.
And then you got some Native American glasses.
Then we tried the Shelby's.
So now,
What about somebody on a flight
Thank you.
And I can answer as many questions as possible. And you also give me some good ideas for future videos. The best thing you can do for our channel, if you like the kind of material that we cover here, is to subscribe. Because by
Small tan color 4-door passenger car. Caller said it was on Hancock. She last saw it sitting behind the Dollar General. She said stealing packages off of abandoned houses' porches.
Engine 46 inquiries.
Says they have packages on their front porch, and that vehicle was taking the packages.
So the reason why I asked, right, because you had divested other companies, and I presume that wasn't because there were actual conflicts. It's just that you wanted to avoid the conflicts of impropriety.
It was both.
Both, but not all of the companies were conflicts.
Whatever they
divested from.
I don't make the call, they make the call.
Sure. Yeah. I guess my point would be, the reason why I ask is, why I said it's not a gotcha question. I have
Hello.
years led an effort here in Congress to try to ban members of...
Hello. 19278 male or female adult.
There should be able to run some cartoon for you. And I'm wondering, how do you get access to the building, and is there video inside the building?
I don't have that. There's video inside that building. There is video inside that.
See that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
The band.
Three receivable point 3 conference 1917, engine 17 from MDA 3634 towpath, 3634 towpath, cross shape for the Alpha Marines, EZ11 just heath, White House Units 1, 1235. 971. 671 arriving northwest, 4.6. Virgin 14 Medicaid, engine 14 Medicaid, Unconscious patient, 5813 estimate, the estimate, unit 224, here's the 1410, authorized by the US 1,
real-time access to correct information. Intelligent AI applications that allows us to reason about current events.
Virtual box. I'm going to disconnect.
So 202512012.
Banta attraction industry, Zach Jurasek attraction industry, Devin S. Botka hotel industry, Christoph Kusewitz hotel industry, and Amy Granberry, who's lodging at large industry.
We have a motion and a second to reappoint. All in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Next we have the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation. There's one vacancy.
All along, but we live in a world that's telling us that it's bad, that it's awful, that it's wrong, and that we have to get away from it. Now, when we resist it, when we fight it, we remain prisoner to it. You've probably heard me before that whatever we resist persists. So how would this be?
Success in India and Guatemala, and in those governments, great partnerships in shutting down the ability to ship precursors into those countries, which are ultimately devastating.
So those people that are working with security agencies have been working with you, is that accurate?
Yes.
So I want to turn to a couple cases that are at the University of Michigan, where Chinese nationals on behalf of the Chinese government smuggled in illicit biological materials, stuff that.
All right, last but not least, we have the Water, Shore, and Beach Advisory Committee. There are 5 vacancies representing the following categories. They're preferred but not required categories, which are 4 at large and 1 environmentalist. Robert Allen, Glenn Duhan.
Well, that's actually a good point, Patrice, because inside of the engineering school, they won't let us bring our camera over by the entrance, because I was able to walk there, and I looked inside. It was almost all FBI. I'm walking through the streets, those long streets that we just showed you. Instead, you just have police on them. Lawyers are here, so it's hard to go exactly what department they're from.
So I want to turn to cases that are where Chinese nationals smuggled in illicit biological materials, stuff that
very much be a different makeup at the Fed depending on who the president chooses. Could mean that there is likely fewer potentially next year.
Any opposed say no.
Location was 10-20.
Open calculator. I'll be at the sleeping and seating inside traffic stop.
Open calculator.
Are they coming across or are they on the ferry going to Heath?
They're on the ferry coming across to the Port Apron.
Hamlet 4722 Hamlet. Easy 8008 with arthritis meds 1239. Medicating for CCPD. Located to your address of 4726 Hamlet 4726. Or back at Park House.
And this is all steered by electronic phasing. So even back in the 50s, one knew that you could do this.
Fighter pilots for Robert Redford, for John
In Europe, we have what you
That's what 60 days transfer.
One. 10-4.
For anyone who's interested, the lights are back to normal here in Flower Bluff at Waldron and SBID. I'm 10-8, you feel. Laser effects on people are using no one had it entry vehicles.
10-4.
932.
Yeah.
Jones available, running out of Station 72 for training.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a
Charlie 42, copy, Paul Lincoln, 0284. 10-4, 1 mile, staying overnight.
One 29, can you close it? 10-4, bring me 109. 76. 615, she said a small tan four-door passenger car.
2.
System online.
Channel.
23, 98, 86, 41.
I'll be unit 79. Assigned to heath. Do y'all have any gloves up there? 220.
I'm standby, we're checking.
Yeah, the only ones we got back here are small.
Hurry around.
Cops be cops and let us get on these platforms and expose them to the public and show them the harms of these predators on these online gaming systems and social media systems. We need more help from Congress to allow us more authorities to do our work.
The FBI laboratory manages the Combined DNA Index System, or CODIS, which compares over 25 million DNA profiles and aids more than 125 investigations each day. Director Patel, why is this important to law enforcement nationwide?
All
Channel.
23 base 10 from there. Careful. I am so much looking off the MS1. 642.
Channel.
Street Station and get with Jeremy Green. So he's got some stuff that's coming over here from HR. 485 from them. Can you repeat?
2 grams.
Number 1.
Silence trimming complete.
7-1. Route 6 space individual.
Hey, 291, dispatch, can you show us a route to 4922 Andover Drive?
No one.
calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/arrow. That's GoDaddy.com/.
VirtualBox is a hypervisor that I use almost every day.
Confirmation Quebec Drive. 2841 Quebec Drive, ESE 1114. Street stage and proceed safe. Work off of EMX 1, 1250.
Silence trimming complete.
Report street plan quarters.
22. One of you at the Portland.
Renaming and preparation complete.
Back again, I need to log in. There we go, and nothing looks different, but now when Guest Edition is installed, I can right click and go to display.
Very much see a different makeup at the Fed depending on who the president chooses, and that could mean that there is likely,
it is still a first draft. The applications of the settings also show
at the time.
it clearly sees as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
And I'm
Airport 16
Database sorting complete.
We don't have
the entire audio workflow is finished.
People that are dedicated to running a shelter or emergency refuge center. We are pulling people from their jobs, and those things are stopped. And so we try to have something, and we're using the National Weather Service as our base, and we put those recommendations, or we put when we're going to open up, like when we hit the cold extremes, and we're opening it up. That is going to be a challenge we face every time is what is what.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Move 3 files to processing zone. New files sorted. 3 placed in worded folders.
7-1.
Quarantined 1 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with worded series files. Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
And this is all steered by a interface back in the 50s. In Europe, you have another
I love what they've done.
And then now you see, I got that one with no one had it entry box. Out to 932.
Yeah. Hello?
testify video editor in Zorin S, which proves the principle of installing Linux applications from the software store. But you cry, what about Windows applications? What if you need to run something that's only available for Windows? And Zorin OS 16 is as well equipped as any Linux distro to actually do this. And to prove it,
OS are one-size-fits-all operating systems. They're designed to provide a good enough experience for everyone. But this will never be as well suited to your needs than a system that you picked and tweaked to your liking. And again, it might
Yeah, right. No. Battalion 2, Engine 10, Engine 8, Spider 7, again, Battalion 2, Engine 10, Engine 8, 16 Blanco Court, 3616 Blanco Court, 2014.
Yeah. She had an individual they were getting off the unit to spit at her. Or back at Park House.
Make limited days or overseas. Call for Engine 3. Engine 3 is going to be a commercial fire alarm at Delmar Heritage Campus. 101 Baldwin, 101 Baldwin, E is 3316, crossing with errors. Call 1258.
Authority some legislative restrictions on sports as well. You want to take carefully whether these Congress.
He shows right to work at 1558.
Attorney General Pam Bondi, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, Commander of U.S. Northern Command, General Gregory Gil, Commander of the Southern Border Task Force, Major General Scott Yeoman, Command Sergeant Major Brett Johnson of the U.S. Army's 10th Battle Division.
And help us set that up. So she's already started out and all that.
Starting JSON security scan.
Engine 3, let me check with them, see if they have one around.
Partition naming convention of the letter P followed by a number is also used for MMC storage devices. However, the partitions on drives prefixed SE are just suffixed with a number. So, as we can see, at the top here, our thumb drive has been labelled SDA, and it's called SDA1, and our external SSD has been labelled SDB, and it's got a single partition called SDB1. If we take a look at the mount load,
Charles, in light of China's somewhere, you view India as a...
Two suspicious vehicles, Avenue C12.
Proton VPN.
Hello?
You all know what a VPN does, and well, you should probably have one handy. Region fastest
Call for mitigate, engine 14. Engine 14, we get the call 5813 Esplanade, 5813 Esplanade at the Waterford. Room number 103, ESG 1410, Quadro with Stapleton Parkway, work off Amos 1 at 1301. Battle 5, turn the radio check.
But if I place the water barrier in front, no collision. If I start this up first, and then block it,
Hello.
And then some perfect pieces of that down there. Now, I want to get all this machine doesn't be I also want to do this, but I can tell you things this ideally. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to virtual box, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But I can fix this.
Warning. Large file detected.
Messaggeri di pace che da lì in poi avrebbero dovuto correre attraverso il mondo senza stancarsi per rivelare a tutti exactly what it is that you would like on that property.
This will go before council's
At the time, yes, you read my mind. Yeah, it would happen. It would occur before it reached the city council, which would more than likely be either late February or early March timeframe.
So you'll have another chance to do this with city council, and they're the final approving body.
Yes, I would like to do that.
Okay, sir, you've already...
Engine 3, I just spoke to the key holder, Mr. Cahill. He is en route to 101 Baldwin. He's saying 15 minutes. It's going to be in a flight F-150.
Next, we can now enter a username and password for a local account in Windows 11. and we will correct the host name over here to something that doesn't include a space. That's why we've got the problem over there. Let's call it, for example, Win 11. That will do, and we'll automatically install guest additions just by clicking that box and then click on next. We will adjust our resources as we did previously, giving the machine about half the RAM and CPU cores. We will leave
So, 35, 10-7 at Rockstone Station.
I headed inbound from Flower Bluff. They had an incident on the unit. 917, 10-4. It's open. 10-4.
to Tweaker, to Advanced CPU Settings, where we find SVM mode. It tells us down here it's to do with virtualization, and we will change that to enabled, and as previously go across to save and exit setup and exit saving changes.
And we know it, but I don't know if the council knows it, so that's why this is on the agenda today. We also asked that Chris Noe, the project manager from Pape Dawson, be here today, because in my working with him, and I think I would attest for Nick as well, he is an outstanding leader in advancing this project. I'm not sure if we'd be this far if it wasn't for Chris from Pape Dawson. So he's going to present to the council a little bit today, too, just so you'll get to see him.
R stands for residential, S stands for single family, 6 stands for the minimum lot size being at least 6,000 square feet. CG1 is a general commercial district, which most of the city you will see in pockets neighborhood commercial. I like to think of that as somewhere in the gap between your Jiffy Lube to a Walgreens. General commercial are your HEBs, your Walmarts, your heavy commercial users, or you will see them along major corridors like Everhart, Airlines, Staples.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
And I can use that word.
And I said to them,
absolutely horrendous that looks like Donald, but that's on you. You can fix it by changing the color so it's not like the system pushes you into something that is thoroughly broken visual. You do have more options around that. First, if you don't like everything being rounded, you can square it. So you'll
Negative 5 in progress.
Other Republican senators and we
Okay, next time he's load up ready camera, and we'll send like rapid fire down here. Okay, and just load and get ready, and we'll send like a couple 2-3 down here. Once that sun clears that crap, it should be a lot easier to see.
But you can see what he was working with. Again, point-to-point wiring, very simple stuff. Here's also a bit of a iconoclast. This is a picture of him climbing up the top of the Patsey in New York City. He loved to do this. He had no fear of heights at all. This is on top of the multi-story building in New York.
Not so on Windows. You will need to install drivers to get anything resembling a good quality print or a scan. Either the manufacturer will have a CD, in which case I hope you can use that, Or you'll have to hunt online through cryptic websites to find the exact model among 200 different ones that have almost the same serial number. macOS might also work without installing specific drivers, but the
and go to the File Explorer in this PC. Yes, there's our USB drive called Stanley, containing the same pictures we saw earlier. The drive, no problems at all. And it's worth pointing out you can add any type of USB device like that, including a printer. And any device you've added a filter for will automatically be picked up the next time you use the virtual machine.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
More options around that. First, if you don't like everything being rounded, you can square it. So you'll square automatically all the window corners, you'll square the dock background, and you'll square all the selected items everywhere. If you prefer your rounded stuff, you have two options. You have one that is slightly rounded, which I prefer, or a very rounded one. You also have options for the density of the interface. If you prefer something like GNOME, you can go with a more spacious of a desktop, it is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones,
At the time,
and
I
you can
didn't know
clearly
how
see
much
that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
And I'm
This was 16 days.
This is 326 Brooks Drive. 326 Brooks Drive. It's 9010. Crossroads North and South Saxon. Or if I just
unusually quiet.
Hey.
Our communities now compared to the past 4 years. But there's actual life examples. Every one of these arrests means that our streets are safer. And that's because of the work of this administration, President Trump and
Okay.
Thank you.
Ubuntu 22.04, so not the latest version. And we can go to do something like an lsblk to see the block devices, the storage on the system. Yes, we can see that as well. So we are clearly now running Ubuntu without a desktop in Windows using WSL. And it's also possible to install a desktop environment, although for end users wishing to learn Linux in a virtual machine,
Providence Fire.
912-380. 3160 traffic.
Has been deployed to venues of assembly. We know that this is a busy time. It's a Saturday night in the holiday season, and so you may see firefighters at the mall, at PPAC, at Roger Williams Park, and we don't want anyone to be concerned that there are any issues, but rather we want
Call for intimidate. Intimidate can be a residential fire alarm at 3031 McCardle. 303 McCardle at the Rocky boarding house. Easy at 8008. Cross rate Odom and Robertson. Work off fire dispatch at 13.
And I don't have a product key, so we'll just take that down there. And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure we're offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards.
A recent rule, recent driver, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones.
Bust in.
Templar, any other traffic?
Okay, that's perfect. Now let's release other people's
Cover is one. It must be a tunnel right now. So below shore northeast. 45 on 2 East Causeway. Greetings, Johnny. Easy as 1, 001.
Are you want to say the page?
Waverly Wildcats.
Of a desktop, it is still a first draft. The applications are variables, the settings are very variable, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
And I'm...
Airport 16 days. That.
Okay.
Offer is apartment 112, easiest 14. No, for famous one, 1321.
Report 102.
Over 1 a week.
But do you? The safety efforts have been incredible. And to make that safe, the task force is having very similar results to the first program. And we've been there for a week and a half, but I'm hearing the results are pretty incredible. You'll hear about that. They're mobilizing more than 20 federal agencies in the largest law enforcement operation targeting violent criminals in American history. As a result of these efforts, violent crime declined. Back to that part now. Very,
simple program is to install a virtual
RF transmission engaged.
This allows you to run a guest operating system inside the host amount and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP.
Tonight, 14 years and counting are made American Christmas, opening doors, shaking hands, and hoping to...
105. If you had a 69-year-old male, he's on oxygen, requested to be checked out.
Santa ever get mad?
Will Santa ever get mad if we don't leave him out any cookies?
I think he won't get mad, but I think he'll be very disappointed. You know, he tends to be a little bit on the cherubic side. You know what cherubic means? I think Santa would like some cookies. You'd like to...
Negative fight in progress.
Can I get a Bishop case number?
And hey presto, our bootable USB drive has been written.
Donald Trump Jr. will go to jail because of what he's done with Russia. And he said,
how they weaponize
that probably happened twice, 40 years. Recently, 10 years ago, a lady came by and said, well, from the post here at the fence on the lot where the building is, that's a zone commercial. But the yard is not.
3802 Parkway, 3802 Parallel Parkway, North Belmont Apartments, Unit 3604.
I mean,
You
got any more units go out here? They're probably 18. Sure.
Call for engine 4, rescue 3. Someone trapped in the elevator at Christi spawn.
To academic excellence
Where typically general commercial, it would require a 15-foot buffer yard, a 7-foot wall, depending on what type it is, the type of portions that generate the place, and it requires at the school. You definitely require these buffers.
Andrew, can you go ahead and go over what CG1 consists of?
Absolutely. So CG1
Hello. You can be around with Engine 4 for an elevator rescue at Christi Small Town. 5950 Saratoga, 5950 Saratoga, EAZ is 1410, Crossroads Patty and Simpson, work off Group 7 at 1330.
That.
Yeah, 4 years ago, we had Mr. Brennan in for an interview. I asked him, how did you learn about the dossier in December of 2016? I received a copy of it from the FBI. The CIA was very much opposed to having any residential dossier. His real summary was the United States settings
Some stuff is as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it will be yet, because I said it also happens inside of virtual machines, so there might be something there. But it is a
continue. And there we are.
Yeah, and reaction continues to pour in tonight after this deadly mass shooting at we had a number of people killed, 2 people killed, 9 still in the hospital, and all of them grounded sports tenants. Kevin Moore joins us now later about this.
Yeah, Patrice, while the Providence and State come together on such a tragic night, sports teams from around the region are beginning to send those affected by this.
Location 10-20.
Just on resources as we did previously, giving the machine about half the RAM and CPU cores.
Windows that are tiled, every window you open on that workspace will also be tiled. By default, it will
things like
be
Wi-Fi
added to a
and the
group, but you
trackpad
can
on a
obviously
laptop
just move it
will
around. And
however, here
And this is all steered by electronic faces.
We don't know that. There was also
Christmas this December, we have been all over this country, and one idea will be flying high.
Tonight, 14 years and counting. Our Made in America Christmas. Opening doors, shaking hands.
Dispatch, I'm going to pull in Bear Lane and switch out our radio.
More difficult. Yeah, something at the window was pretty good. They were just over the top.
I can hear the wind. Another miss.
Yeah, another one just over the top again. They just need to come down a little bit and they should be good to go.
Another miss.
Yeah, another one just over the top again. They just need to come down a little bit and they should be good to go. Oh, and he hit almost dead center of the target. Look at the bullet lower right-hand corner right there. 3 hits on the first target. Oh, and he hit almost dead center of the target.
These days are well received.
Charles, in China, somewhere, you view India as
Two suspicious vehicles, how many vehicles?
Proton VPN.
Hello.
You all know what a VPN does and why you should probably have one handy.
It's 3314. Crawford, Morris, Coleman. Work off our dispatch at 1335.
Now, stand by. There's no weapons and you have to call to the address before for the father.
813 North Chaparral. 8139
romancing the pod.
Famous 1 at 1335.
He's romancing the pod.
For your record.
Hello?
Have wars raging all over the world with the terrorists. Other than Russia, we have no wars out there.
CPU settings.
And we made a lot of good friends too. Tariffs are.
And when you get iPhone 17 Pro on Spectrum, you get the same cable protection on the phone.
If we don't have tariffs,
get the new iPhone 17 Pro, now available on Spectrum.
Our country would suffer a level that because they use so strong as example, the European Union, they won't take our
privacy. But what if the tool you just downloaded for safety was actually built?
Building
But
you know everything is corporation help preparing down the child because he runs strong.
Okay, well, we're gonna do this and system online.
Renaming and preparation complete.
Stand by at Robson.
Somewhere.
Right. 3067 district. Can you get an individual, please?
Windows. So, let's go take a closer look. Right, here we are on the Zorin OS website, where as we can see Zorin OS 17 has newly arrived. Just like the distro itself, the website is very clear and well designed, and if we click on download, we can see there are two versions of Zorin OS 17. The first of these is Zorin OS.
we're here now, and I think this is the best approach to our water, issues, is that we all need to be working together. And just out of curiosity, how much water do you get from your desalination plant?
Right now, we're getting about 1.5 million gallons a day. Scheduled to be full-fledged 3 million gallons a day at the end of the first quarter of 2026.
So I've always paid attention to my electric bill mainly for environmental friendly reasons. I wanted to make sure I'm not using too much light, and what room am I using the most light.
Cassandra Lina lives in northern New Jersey. In July, she got an electric bill that caught her attention.
The thing I noticed right away was, compared to the same time last year, my bill has gone up.
And there we are. Poor bloody Mary Poppins. It's worked. Windows 11 is installed here in a virtual machine. The unattended install in VirtualBox 7 is fantastic when it works. And you should even
Wake up to a world of possibilities.
Location, what's your 10-20?
A resort destination designed for ultimate relaxation.
Unique sides on a traffic stop.
Open calculation. All right.
So you can show me their website for relocation.
Possibility is going to be a debit call 1338 Aswan 1338 Aswan. Easy at 1110, crossing the car on South Haven. Or call 5 dispatch at 1341.
Let me 1044 Maryland.
140. Yeah, I think we get to out here. They're probably 18.
Half an hour, please.
907 was a trim offline. Okay, I'll see if I can do anything with that.
You brought your cake today?
Negative. It's in the water.
And hey presto, a bootable USB drive has been written and verified, so we're now ready to install Zorin OS on a computer. And it's going to be this computer, an Odyssey x86 J4105, so let's insert the flash drive and boot it up. And here we are booting from the USB, and to do this on your computer, you may need to enable USB booting, as I explain in my PC BIOS settings.
The representation. It boils down to how many votes we all in the car. So, right now as it stands, we have 82
when they realize how much time and effort.
We want to decrease it.
No gift cards.
It just makes sense. It's whoever's been to the meetings, the big deal is, do we have a quorum? No, we don't have a quorum.
Super is not sold on people in retail stores because retail chains mark prices by as much as 3%. Instead, the company behind the product, Super Brand Tools, is selling it directly to consumers at a fraction.
Therefore, your swipe came in through. How's it going over there?
Swipe was made. It still hasn't opened up. It doesn't sound like the The motor there is turning on.
10-4. I'll let operations know.
Thanks for watching. We'll see you next week. 611. This is Ted Jones for Paul
Proper meeting. Okay, the lady in front of call 5006 culture. 5006 culture. Is 8009. Officer Department 455 dispatch at 1344.
I serve my country, and now I carry legally everywhere I go. Here's how. National Concealed Carry Reciprocity, and now I carry legally everywhere I go. Yourself a valid CCPD.
Charlie 482 call. Copy Paul Lincoln 0284.
Okay.
10-4. 1 minute, starting overnight.
One 29, what's going to be closer? 10-4, remember 109. 56.
Engine 4. Engine 17 with 14. Engine 17 with 14 to be a 6 mile. The bill of Corpus Christi South. 4834 Yorktown. Engine 34 Yorktown. Engine 1405 crossing with Everhard in Dallas. Work off famous one. All right.
All I need you guys to do is show up. Show your constituents that you care about what they're going through, what it's like to not have a fridge that's full, to not have a house that is well built enough to keep you warm. You don't have to be houseless to get help at the free store. I had someone call me, a co-worker who has a co-worker who works for the ferries out in Corpus.
We do a real good job, this city has done for many years, putting out a financial report. So this is a 73-page document that'll summarize in a few minutes with the council, but this is available for the community. It's on our website, and it's distributed to council as well. So we are going to talk to you about the fourth quarter report. These are unaudited figures.
Most customers qualify for financial help. Healthcare.gov.
Shield active. But in the king of 2-mile shooting competition, target is code holds ground in the gun world. Qualify round separates the best from the rest. So far, only 6 votes survive of 8 who qualify round separates the best from the rest. So far, only 6 qualify.
Bank accounts in the new year. After years of record-setting incomes, our policies are boosting take-home pay at a historic pace. Under Biden, real wages plummeted by $3,000. Under Trump, the typical factory worker has seen a wage increase of $1,300. For construction workers, it's $1,800. For miners, they're bringing back clean, beautiful cars. It's $3,000.
And I also want to make sure that offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to virtual box and go to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards.
I'll see what I got to strap somewhere. I think I got one over there, and I'll see what I think. I'll wait for you here, and I'll put a strap.
I think I got one here in the toolbox in the back of the trailer.
And Ruth Jackson will be going at Route 8. We're fixing it on our end because it was just canceled. But it is not canceled. She needs to get picked up by Route 8. Thank you.
You said don't have Ruth Jackson. She's been taken already. She's gone. The staff said she's gone. I'm already proceeding with my other passengers.
Keep that headed line.
That motherfucker picked me up. I'm beating on the goddamn door like I'm a fucking bomb or some shit. I said, well, code enforcement come here. I said, she said it looked fine. I was like, well, it's on your
Roger that. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate the call.
Any round and not able to give out cards once the bill's inside the code line. Shorelines or fleas are received.
Alright. I just put the 932 with the $dollar bill. That's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 915,
at least
all right.
and here we're going to do a search for fonts. Ubuntu, like that. And I'm now going to click on Fonts Ubuntu Classic and go to Package and Lock Version. And oh look, it turns red. And just to be safe, I'm also going to do the same thing to Fonts Ubuntu.
Show me quickly with the cruise street call.
And there we are. We should now have permanently installed the thicker Ubuntu fonts.
Running on station 72 for training. 703 to base. Can you go ahead and use the signal for a reactive focus speed?
A recent kernel, recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a...
for training.
I guess so. A recent kernel, recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a...
There, and of course I'll link to this page in the video description. So let's download the right version, the 64-bit version down there, and we'll save that file.
Hello.
Frank.
There we go. Let's run it from here. Why not? We'll agree to the license terms. And there we are. That was set up successfully. So once again, we'll try and run the VirtualBox installer. And this time it seems to be happy, so we'll...
Frank.
incentives to make sure you get everything you're entitled to. So, is that one day these self-driving cars can limit deadly car crashes due to human error. That doesn't mean the risk is not existent. So don't be afraid to use one, but now you're informed on how exactly to handle any injuries that could occur so that you are a more educated driver. If you're in a crash with a weapon vehicle,
considering the issue of transitioning from Windows, it is worth noting that in ZoneOS, as in any other Linux distro, it is possible to run the online version of Word and Excel, etc. Here we are running the online version of Word, and here I am accessing my Outlook email. And in this context, it's worth being aware that if you do work with a Microsoft account, you can go to the down here.
That's 1.7 received. Charlie 482 copy, Paul Lincoln, Nora 0284. Charles. That's 10-4. Okay, show us clear at the Greenwood SPID intersection.
Proton VPN.
Hello?
You know what a VPN does and what it does. We have one in the region
Hello?
To Tweaker, to Advanced CPU Settings, where we find SVM mode. It tells us down here it's to do with version. To Tweaker, to Advanced CPU Settings, where we find SVM mode. It tells us down here it's to do with virtualization, and we'll change that to enabled, and as previously go across to save and exit setup, and exit save changes. Greetings. In this video, we are on my 5600G Ryzen PC in Linux Mint.
That guy spent so much time with subpoenas. He got more subpoenas than anybody in the history of our country. Think of it. And he's an innocent, good boy. He's a good kid. He's always been a good kid. All of my children, they went through hell. My children went through federal grand juries on a hoax. Think of it. You have Adam Schiff and Hillary Clinton and others make up a hoax. And then running...
Negative fight in progress.
When I first came here, I didn't know what to expect, and when I started seeing the lab, I was like, wow, this is different.
When 3D printing, there's so much you can change, tweak, and do. It's really hard to know where to start. So here are 7 things I wish I knew earlier in my 3D printing journey. These tips help you save prints, get better results, or just make the whole process easier. So make sure to consider them before starting your next print. Let's jump right in. Number one is good bed adhesion is everything. If you have poor print bed adhesion, that means a failed print because it's gonna come off and it's all gonna end in spaghetti, a lot of time lost and frustration. So the most basic and easiest thing is to keep your print bed clean. That first of all means try not touching it with your kind of greasy fingers because that's gonna become a problem. And if ever your print plate gets dirty, then you should clean that. You can either clean it with isopropyl alcohol or with, just some dish soap and under hot water. Just make sure to rinse it off properly and then also dry it. The next thing is choosing the right print surface. So you can usually either go for the textured print plate or for a smooth one. Also, there's other stuff like glass, carbon fiber, and others. But generally, just make sure that you're getting the right one, because depending on the print plate, it either won't stick well enough, or it's going to stick too well and you're never going to get the print off. So it's definitely nice to check something like the Prusa material database that's going to tell you how to print this best, and if you need something like a glue or a glue stick. And that actually is the next thing. If you're having problems with your print either not sticking enough or sticking too much, then a glue stick, liquid glue, also something like hairspray or 3D lac is going to be a big problem solver. I really like this because especially on big, large and flat prints, it's really helped my success rate go way up, and also you're pretty much not having any warping at all with this. So it's a really nice thing. You don't need it with all prints, but it's definitely worth knowing about this. The second thing is filament storage and care. Filament that's absorbed too much moisture can lead to bad results, stringing, or even failed prints. All in all, your print quality is definitely gonna suffer from this. My big tip here is know when to pay attention to this. PLA, for example, isn't that susceptible to absorbing moisture, so just putting it in a dry bag is usually going to be fine even long term. I'm in Bali right now and my PLA has been sitting around with no problems for a while now, and the humidity here is through the roof. So PLA, if you're definitely storing it long term, then it does make sense to put it in a bag, but there's other filaments that you have to worry way more about. Other stuff like TPU, PETG, or nylon especially are super hygroscopic, means they love water and they draw it in like crazy. So that means when you're not using those types of filaments, you should always have them in a sealed bag. Ideally, you're going to put some silica gel that's going to absorb the moisture inside, and also use a vacuum pump to take all the air out. Under these conditions, you can really store these for a long time, so no problem. The other thing is, while something like PLA is also fine just sitting mounted on a printer for a little while longer, some other filaments won't be. So, while for example DAMS Light from Bamboo is really nice for PLA because, it's fine, it's cheaper, and it's working perfectly, but it doesn't have that seal quality. Whereas the full-size or normal AMS really can close everything down and you're not getting any moisture in. And if you add some silica gel in there, then you really have this down to a super nice humidity, and even your more problematic filaments can stay in there for pretty long. There's some filaments though that are super susceptible and easy to ruin, and those you should really print from a filament dryer or a dry box. This is really nice because it really is dried the whole time and it just goes directly into the printer, also already at a good temperature, which can help print quality. If ever any of your filaments get too wet and you can't print them without huge quality issues anymore, or not at all, then a filament dryer is really what you want. All of the filaments need different settings, but usually you can just throw them in the filament dryer overnight, I would say, and then dry out most of the moisture, making them printable again. So then you won't have to throw out the whole roll of filament. Just a quick mention, links to all of the stuff that I'm talking about will be in the description down below. The third tip is that part orientation on your print bed matters so much. I know these days a lot of models already come pre-sliced, so you don't really have to think about it, but with other models or some sites you have to still do everything yourself. And it's obviously something that everybody should know, and it's not a big thing. But when you're printing something, you should really think about the print orientation. And there are several factors that you want to think about. The first one is aligning parts to minimize overhangs. For example, this drawer here, if you put it on the side, you need a lot of supports, which is going to affect the print quality and also going to take a long time printing all of those supports. However, if you put it on the other side, then it prints perfectly all the way up without any support at all, which is definitely way nicer. The second thing, that a part is usually way stronger in one direction because of the layer lines. So if you see all the layer lines stacked above each other, then those can be pulled apart from each other, fairly easy, or at least way easier than in the other direction, because this is where you have the full-length plastic. So if you have parts where strength really matters, it does make sense to think about how are they going to be used, how is pressure going to come onto those parts, and then orient them in a way while printing that's going to support that load the best. One thing that's more of a side fact is that printing in the Z direction, so upwards, is usually slower than the printing in the XY axis, which is just left and right basically. This is because of kinematics. I'm not going to go into it too much, but in general, you know, if you can lay something flat, it'll usually print faster than if you're printing it all the way upright. My next tip, and I don't know if this is a little bit controversial, is that tree supports should really be the standard kind of supports. I mostly prefer tree supports. They are way easier to remove, and also they take less filament. So while the other kind is actually called standard supports, I really don't use them that often. If you have really flat surfaces, then standard supports can be better and can support a little bit better, but honestly, in most cases, I like tree supports way better. So depending on what you're printing, definitely give tree supports a try. I don't really have a full-on guide where they make more sense than standard, and after a while, you kind of get the hang where it works. For me, personally, I use them most of the time, so I will try tree supports first, and then if you see some problems with that, you can still go to standard, but definitely do check it out like that. Tip number 5 is get some different 3D printer nozzles. While depending on your printer, changing the nozzles can be a real pain in the ass, it can really make a difference. Nice thing is, for example, with the A1 series that I have here, it's really easy to change the nozzle, and it's done in a couple seconds. For example, on the other side, on the X1C series, or in my old Creality machines, it's a lot more work to change a nozzle, so you really have to think about, does it make sense to change nozzles depending on your printer. If it's easy to do, or depending on the use case, you really should do it, then this is a great tip. In general, these days, I try to buy all my nozzles in the hardened version because it gives you the ability to print carbon fiber and stuff like this, and it's always good to have that option. Also, there's even the diamondback nozzles that have real industrial kind diamonds, which I would really love to try. So if anybody knows someone, please reach out to me. I'd love to test those because the concept is just kind of amazing to me. But coming back to the nozzle sizes, 0.4 is obviously the standard nozzle, and I think it's a really good middle ground that can do pretty much everything. But if you want to print something really intricate, then going for the 0.2mm nozzle is definitely worth it. This can really help you get a lot finer details and also thinner layer lines, so this will in general make the quality a lot better and more precise. The annoying thing about printing with a small nozzle is that it makes your prints a lot slower. The opposite, of course, is true for 0.6 or 0.8mm nozzles, which will push a lot more filament in a quick time. So this means you're getting way quicker prints, but also a lot less detail. So this might be really nice for your big chunky prints, maybe if you're printing Gridfinity stuff or anything like that, when you just really want that thing to go fast and be done quickly.
Working across teams is tough, but Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate work together. AI can spot roadblocks and assign work in a snap, so everything and everyone stays on track.
Also, one thing that I really like is if you're going 0.8mm or even 1mm nozzle, then it gets really interesting because you can make really thick linear lines and really show the kind of 3D print that you're making. This is a whole different design and look that you're achieving with this, and I think it can look pretty cool. My next point is that standard slicer settings often aren't ideal. I gotta say though, to everyone that kind of dialed those in, it's really impressive because they really work for most of the stuff out there. It's really good just to be able to throw something in a slicer, then just press slice and something printable will come out. So huge shout out for that, and I love it. But of course, putting some work in yourself and kind of understanding which settings to play with can yield huge benefits. With easy tweaks that you can do in a couple seconds, you can get better print quality, use less filament, and also save a lot of time during prints. So all of this can really be worth it. One thing that I always say is there's really nitty-gritty stuff in terms of slicer settings that you can really dive into deeply. And there's a place for that, but honestly it depends on either how long is your print going to be or how often are you going to print that. So if you print it really long or really often, then it makes sense to really optimize it to the max. I personally don't do that, and if you want to look into the really advanced tutorials, then you should check out Factorian Design's videos. He makes really cool stuff on that, which it just is like a whole different level on, well, also like meticulousness, but also time spent that you're spending optimizing that print. For me, a lot of the time I'm just printing stuff one-off, and I don't need to optimize it to the most because I would spend too much time optimizing it as opposed to time that I'm actually saving, or as you know, obviously putting in my time personally is a little bit more worth for me than the printer printing half an hour long. So for me, the big things that I usually adjust are infill pattern and infill percentage. If you don't need something to be structurally sound, just to like kind of be okay, then lightning is a really good pattern because it saves a lot of filament. Also, you can definitely dial it back from whatever the 15% that it's usually to 10%, and you'll still be perfectly fine. Other stuff that can really help is wall count, because an extra layer of wall count might actually make your print more durable than putting more infill in, so you know you gotta kind of see where the trade-off is in between those. If you really want to get fancy with it, you can do specific modifiers for different parts of the print, but this is, as I said, where you get into the nitty-gritty of things. I also made a full video about this kind of stuff that gives you more the general overview on how to really make your print faster and easier in as little time as possible. So if you're interested in that, check it out. I'll have it linked somewhere up here. And the last point, and this is a really important one, is you should worry about air quality when 3D printing. You know, 3D printing is still melting plastic, which isn't really good for the air quality, and therefore it's not good for you if you're in the room. How bad it gets really depends on the filament. PLA is fairly okay. It's still definitely not great, but there's other ones that are way worse. Especially filaments like ABS really emit a lot of nasty stuff into the air, and you really don't want to be around there for that. You can smell it if you print it and you're in the room, and it's honestly not good. So maybe if you're printing stuff like that, you shouldn't be in the room, or you know, make sure that you have really good ventilation. I'm actually thinking about making a whole video trying out different ways to minimize air pollution from 3D printing, especially because in my office I have my 3D printers right next to my desk, and that's not a good combo long time. So if you're interested in that, leave me a comment down below letting me know, and yeah, I'm gonna get to work on that. One last thing about the topic that I want to leave you with is watch this video by Thomas Alandra, which is really good. He really shows what kind of, you know, stuff you're getting yourself into with air quality and 3D printing, and to me it was pretty eye-opening. So that's it for my favorite 3D printing tips that I wish I had known earlier. Let me know in the comments down below which one was your favorite, or what you think is missing from this list. There's definitely so many more good tips, I kind of have to narrow down, but I'm really looking forward to your opinion and what you think is missing. In general, I want to say thank you so much for watching this video. If you liked it, give it a like, and if you're buying any 3D printing stuff like a new printer or filament, please consider using my affiliate links. It really helps me out, and it just gives me the ability to make more videos for you guys out there. And if now you're not done watching cool 3D printing videos, then you should definitely check out my other video that I made on the best 3D printing tools. This is stuff that has really helped me make my workflow better, easier, and just nicer in general. So check it out, I'll link the video here, and I hope I'll see you in the next video. Bye.
New JSON has been completed.
Progressive Commercial Insurance offers affordable small business protection. You can receive discounts on commercial auto insurance for safe driving and paying in full. And get customizable coverages for your business. Get a quote in as little as 7 minutes.
First time that it actually come out of the classified world and was being talked about as a device that was being developed to push radio wireless uplink to microwaves, in this case for a particular application. This is, in fact, one of the first descriptions of the centimeter wave magnetron, again, from all the work that occurred in the 30s and 40s by both the British and the US. And this was really published in the magazine. This is QSD.
Copper, Agent 10, Medic 10. Agent 10, Medic 10, is unconscious subject at stripes on Galhar and Prescott. 2042 Galhar, 2042 Galhar.
3D printers are an incredible technology, but if you're just getting started, or even if you've been using them for a while, it can be pretty overwhelming. There's just so much to learn. I've been using 3D printers since 2012, and let me tell you, there's so many things I've picked up along the way that I wish I knew way back then. And that's what this video is all about. Let's get started. How's it going, guys? Angus here from Maker's Muse, where it's my aim to empower your creativity through technology. And yeah, I've been using 3D printers for quite some time. I picked up my first personal 3D printer, the Tier Time Up Mini, back in 2013. And I've been using them ever since. And let me tell you, there's a lot that I've learned that I just wish I knew at the start. And I would have saved a heck of time, lots of money, and also there's a few safety things in there that I was a little bit sketchy on that now I know a lot better. And hopefully I can save you any unexpected trips to the emergency department as well. Now we'll kick off things with something that people often just don't really consider getting into 3D printing. And that's the fact that 3D printers can be a tool or a hobby, but generally they're a bit of both. You see, 3D printers are a tool in the way that you send them a file, they print them, and then you end up with a finished object, whether that's FDM 3D printers, resin 3D printers, or even industrial 3D printers. But to keep these machines working, well, you kind of need a bit of technical know-how. You need to know how to replace things like the nozzles, which are consumables. You need to know how to unblock jams, clear failed prints, and that sort of thing. And back in the day, you actually needed to know a lot more than that, like soldering and updating firmware and all that sort of stuff. So, although I got into 3D printing to use the machines as a tool, I kind of had to have that background, knowing how to take things apart and troubleshoot and repair complex electromechanical systems. And a lot of people don't really consider that when they get into 3D printing, especially if you're buying them for like a child. Most modern 3D printers are pretty good, but things can still go wrong, and you're not going to be able to just take it back to the store you bought it from and say, hey, fix it, because often these are shipped in from overseas, and at best you'll get parts sent to you that you'll then need to install yourself, and that's after troubleshooting and figuring out what the problem actually is. So really consider early on, is 3D printing a tool for you or a hobby? Because you can lean way into the hobby side and make a 3D printer from scratch. There's all sorts of open source plans, kits and that sort of thing. And if you have an engineering background or tinkering background, or even if you're studying something like mechatronics, then a 3D printer as a hobby would actually be a really beneficial thing to do. But for most people, they just want to print things that are designed or downloaded off the internet, and in that case, a 3D printer as a tool is really important, and something you really should consider early on in your relationship with 3D printers, and the fact that you will at some point need to get hands-on to fix something, and if you're not comfortable with that, then I would use 3D printing services instead of owning a machine yourself. And just on the back of 3D printers being a tool, just like any tool, they're only worth having if you have a use for them. It can be really sexy and exciting to say, oh, I'm getting into 3D printing, you know, I'm going to learn this cool technology and print, I don't know, download things and print them and it'll be great. It's just not really a good enough reason to spend all of that money and set up and learn how to use a 3D printer if you don't have a really good use for it. But I find with most 3D printing enthusiasts who use 3D printing successfully for their projects, they do have that use, and it can just be one thing that justifies the entire outlay of setting up a 3D printer. For example, if you're designing custom mounts for hardware, and you don't have any capability of buying that specific mount, the 3D printer could very quickly justify itself, especially the fact that you can design it and get it done and printed within your own home in a matter of hours. That's a good use. Or maybe you do want to design and 3D print toys as a collaborative thing with your kid, then that's also a good use case for a 3D printer, because they can be hands-on in design and printing stage. And then with the resin 3D printers, there's a fantastic justification if you want to download and print miniatures for Dungeons & Dragons games, or Faux Hammer, for example. That is a great use case, because if you print enough miniatures, you'll very quickly pay off the cost of the printer versus buying them from the store, and you have a gigantic range of digital downloads of these miniatures to choose from, so you can find the exact one you want. Or, of course, which I encourage, design your own. Learn how to use sculpting software like Blender to design your own miniatures and then print them. That's another great use case for that sort of printer. But if you don't have that need for a 3D printer, then I don't really recommend getting one. Instead, again, use 3D printing as a service and find out, hey, I'm actually getting really good value from this. I'm spending a lot of money getting prints done. I could easily justify the cost of this printer over a course of time versus using those external services. Then it's like, well, it's a no-brainer, you get the machine. But if you don't really have a good reason, then I wouldn't do it. And if you do already have a machine and you don't really want it, then hey, there's actually a pretty strong second-hand market for 3D printers. Check out my Facebook Marketplace, and maybe you'll find another hobby you're interested in. Sorry, just my thoughts. Because on the back of buying a printer just to print things, something I've learned over the years is the fact that, yes, there are so many models online that you can download and print, but the vast majority of them aren't very good. They kind of suck. And that's like no one's fault, right? Because people are uploading things for free, they share them and that sort of thing. But let's say you want to download a mount, like a camera mount or something for a certain camera. Well, you might have very specific use cases, and you want to find that mount perfect for your use. Well, someone's uploaded one that is for the camera, but it's for their specific use, and it's not quite right. Or maybe they've used software like SketchUp to design it, which means the STL or their mesh file is full of errors, and then it doesn't print properly. And then you have the whole world of paid files, and yeah, absolutely, if you want miniatures and stuff and you can't design yourself, you can justify it, but it gets expensive really quickly. And I really want to stress that the value of 3D printers aren't to just print the same models again and again and again, even though they're not exactly what you want. It doesn't matter what you're setting to the printer, it'll print it, so why not print exactly what you want, tailored to your needs? Which is why I think from the start, from a really early stage, you should try to get really good at 3D modeling. It can be really scary, I know. 3D design, I've started it back in high school, I think I was like 14, I was trying to use RhinoCAD to design combat robots, and it was a huge learning curve. Then in university, I went to SolidWorks. Again, I spent several years using that program, still barely scratched the surface on its capabilities, and I've been using Fusion 360 or Autodesk Fusion now for a very long time, and only now am I comfortable doing very complex assemblies using things like form studies and mates and that sort of stuff. It takes a really long time, but just chip away at it bit by bit, watch tutorials, and you don't have to spend money to learn 3D modeling. Blender is completely free, and if you're more of an artistic type, then you can use this sculpt workflow within Blender to push and pull essentially virtual clay to design things. It's really intuitive, and if you have that knack, you can design amazing things. I know many people who do. And then there's FreeCAD, which yes, I have had some issues with in the past, but it is free, and I will be revisiting it again on the channel soon. And it is more than capable of designing simple things. Onshape has a free online cloud plan. Fusion has a free plan, although it is, limited and you might get locked out. The fact is, choose one and just stick with it. Learn over time. Because the combination of 3D modeling and 3D printing in the same environment is probably the most powerful fusion of technologies I've ever come across. And I'm not being hyperbolic here. I genuinely believe that. You can go from an idea or a problem to a sketch to a design to a print within hours and solve that problem. There's no other no other technology that can do that. It's amazing, and you can do it on budget hardware with free modeling software. Don't be scared. Learn 3D modeling from the start, from any program you feel comfortable with, and you can thank me later. Something else I wish I knew really early on is the fact that PLA is actually totally fine for most printing applications. It's really affordable, it's easy to print, it's got good dimensional stability, so when you print, your dimensions are going to be quite accurate, the tolerances are going to be quite tight, and honestly, it's pretty tough as well. It's actually, as long as you don't get it too hot, it's really tough. That's the only downside of PLA, is if you heat it up too much, it will soften, and it's not suitable for high temperature environments, which is where you might need to go to an engineering material. But anything lower than that, unless you have a really specific use case, PLA is fine. I have so many functional prints done in PLA I use around the house that have lasted years and years and years with no issues at all. So if you're just getting started, don't get sucked into that rabbit hole of, oh, what's the toughest new filament I can get? Oh, all these crazy carbon-filled nylons and stuff like that. It's not necessary. So if you're just getting started, don't go down that rabbit hole trying to find the toughest, strongest filament possible, because your application might not even need it, and they're going to be much more expensive and far more difficult to print correctly. After 3D printing for so many years, I mean, 2012 to 2025, yeah, that's a while. Something I've become quite aware of is the rise of microplastics and that problem in the environment and interacting with our bodies, right? You can't avoid plastics, they're everywhere. And I get it, we don't really have a good way of recycling or dealing with plastics. And with 3D printing, I used to print in the same environment I worked in. I used to have it in the studio, I'd be printing, and then I'd be working. And that probably wasn't very good. 3D printers create fumes and these, they're called VOX. And of course, there'll be little bits of plastic that degrade and fill the room and whatever. And I really try to avoid that now, and I wish I tried to avoid it more starting out. So with 3D printers, I keep them in a separate room, their own environment that is kept separate. So if there's any fumes, they can off gas and it doesn't affect me personally. I'm not breathing it in all the time. And I try to print with PLA, which is a bioplastic. Now, PLA, it's still not easily biodegradable, and I will say that most brands of PLA now are a mix of different plastics and the PLA, because PLA by itself is quite brittle, so you don't really know what's in that PLA filament, and don't think it's just going to be safe. And then there's other more dangerous plastics like POM or acetal, which, when it gets heated too much, makes formaldehyde gas, stuff like that. So be aware, do your research early on of what these plastics could be like when they're in the environment, how these printers operate, and try to keep them separate from your living area. Don't have printers in your studio and your workshop where you're working in. I will say that the whole microplastics thing, you're probably more likely to get microplastics from wearing plastic clothing. So something I do these days is I try to remove plastics from my everyday life in general. Like, I'll only wear cotton or wool, and I don't use plastic takeaway containers. I'll use glass containers to store food in the fridge, stuff like that. That's just what I've started to do, and I kind of wish I did early on, but time will tell if we are all going to become affected by microplastics from 3D printing, but I'm going to try to minimize it as much as possible. If you're just getting started with 3D printing, it can be tempting to send a model to the printer that's complex in one go and just say, hey, support material on, let's send it, and I'll just remove the supports afterwards. And for stuff like, this Deathclaw model I did a few years ago, if you printed it in one go, it might work, but the amount of support material you'd have to remove and how delicate the features would be is really not that good. It's not a really suitable use of the technology. We can be smarter about that. And that's something I recommend early on, is to look at your models and be like, is this suitable to be printed as is, or should I chop it up? Should I change the orientation? Should I do something to the design to make it print better, make it have less support material, stronger? So if you have the layer lines, you imagine the layer lines of a 3D print are like a wood grain. This is more applicable to FDM than it is to resin printers. Resin printers are more homogeneous in their strength, but FDM is layer by layer with that line of extruded filament. So if you have a really tall, thin detail vertically, it's going to be really weak because it's only got really thin cross-sections of those layers. If you lie that down the print bed, it's got a much, much longer cross-section and it's going to be stronger. So if your design requires details that are only printable in one direction than the other, maybe divide that file up into parts and assemble it afterwards if you can get away with it, or try to find a compromised orientation where you get the best of both worlds and you can get a print that's going to be as strong as possible. I did a video years ago showing the printing of a headphones holder. And that headphone holder, there's various compromises as to what has the best surface finish, because vertically you'll have the best detail. So if you want text, for example, the edge of the print vertically will resolve the best text. But if you want strength, then yeah, you do kind of want to align it in the sideways orientation, like in this clip, where you're going to get the best strength possible, and also you can compromise and get a fairly good resolution of that text and curve. And if you're going to 3D printing thinking you can produce prints and parts that don't look 3D printed, unfortunately that's just not really possible. Even if you go with a really, really fine layer height, any curved surface or angled surface will kind of show that stepping, especially curved surfaces. It's really obvious that it's being 3D printed because those layers cannot perfectly resolve the curve, at least until we do proper three-dimensional printing, which is possibly coming with contours, but at this stage you can't really hide that. So if you're designing parts that have to look perfect, then you will need to consider some kind of post-processing technique after you print to clean it up. Don't try to rely on setting your layer height to be the finest possible, like 50 micron or something. It's just going to take forever, and you'll still have layers that you can see. Set it at something reasonable, like 150 micron, or maybe 100 if it's a small part, and then consider the fact you may have to use a high build spray putty, or that sort of thing, like a primer filler, which can then fill the gaps and you sand it back. And then, because you're using that spray putty to fill in those gaps between the layers, you can get a much smoother result fairly quickly, but you will have to use a bit of elbow grease to do it. You can't just get a print straight off the machine. All 3D prints look 3D printed. And I know that sounds really stupid, but I don't think the 3D print aesthetic looks good. I think it looks kind of crap. And if you're trying to sell it as a aesthetic or sell it as a nice looking part, the audience isn't stupid. They're going to see that and be like, nah, it looks pretty naff, doesn't it? That's 3D printed. No one's wowed by the technology anymore. It's not 2010, right? When 3D printing sort of exploded in popularity, even though it existed way back in like the 80s, right? Invented in 1979. But in the 2010s, that's when it really hit the mainstream. And people were like, wow, 3D printing, that's cool. And they liked the texture. They liked to see that it was printed. Now, people really don't. Don't kid yourself. If you want to print finished products for customers, then you'll need to do something to post-process it to make it look better. And hey, if you're enjoying this video so far, I have so many more tips available in my ebook, The Ultimate Guide to 3D Printing Tips and Tricks, updated to 2025. And you can find links to it in the video description below. Next up, I want to talk about TPU. Now, I did say that PLA is just generally the go-to filament that I will use. And early on, I was like, oh, it's not very good. It's totally fine. But also, I was really scared to print with TPU for a really long time. And I'm kicking myself about it because TPU is an amazing filament. It is so indestructible. It's incredible. And modern TPUs are actually fairly easy to print. You can print them on a Bowden setup if you go slow enough. But ideally, you want a direct drive. But something that's like 98A shore hardness is totally easy to print, totally fine. But something you need to be really aware of with TPU is it strings like crazy and it absorbs moisture from the air like crazy. That means it's what's called hygroscopic. So moisture from the air will just weaken the filament, like the filament itself is a desiccant, which is why filaments ship with desiccants, right, to try to remove any moisture. But if you open up a roll and expose it to the element, within 24 hours, I'd say, the roll of TPU would have absorbed enough moisture to bubble and spit and string like crazy and ruin the print quality. So if you're printing with TPU, you must use a filament dryer. You don't have to buy a commercial one. I've used a food dehydrator, like, dehydrates banana into banana chips and that sort of thing. I've used that sort of thing for years to dry filaments, particularly TPU. And nylon. The next thing to get better prints with TPU that not many people are aware of is that you need to enable this feature in your slicer that stops the toolhead from jumping between points and instead forces it to go along the contours of the print as much as possible. And that means that there won't be any stringing or much reduced stringing because it's moving between actual built-up areas of the print versus jumping between, which will leave those nasty spiderwebby filament strands that are really annoying and very much a telltale sign of TPU. It's very hard to remove those. Some harder TPUs you can get it. You can kind of get them dry enough and print fast enough that the jump will not really string, but generally they will string, and that's something that you just have to be aware of. And this setting will really help reduce stringing. Again, something I didn't really know of till many, many years later. But there is also an awesome tool for quickly removing those strings should they occur. That is a hot air gun. And this is actually something I picked up fairly early, but not many people nowadays are aware of this because it's sort of like old knowledge, right? But a hot air gun is an indispensable tool for your 3D printing experience. You do so many things with them. So let's say you have an enclosed printer, like the Bamboo X1 Carbon. It's enclosed, but it's passively heated. It's not actively heated chamber, right? So it's cold, winter, you open it up, you blast the chamber with a hot air gun to warm up that ambient temperature quicker than the heat bed by itself would do, because it'll only sort of passively disperse that heat slowly, whereas the hot air gun at the start of the print, where you really want it to be hot so that first layer sticks well and doesn't warp in those really annoying, challenging materials like ABS and polycarbonate and nylon, you blast the chamber with heat, close it, and the printer will heat up quicker, and you'll get a much better resulting print because it's got that high ambient temperature. But a hot air gun passed over a print with strings will also really quickly remove those strings because they're really thin, so they absorb the heat real fast, and they'll just sort of melt back to the part. But be aware that a hot air gun is so hot, it's miles above how hot a hairdryer gets, so they can easily burn you, really easily. So pass over the print real fast with like, you know, a bit of speed. You'll get it through practice, but don't linger on the print because it'll melt it. Especially PLA. If your PLA is stringing, you can remove the strings with a hot air gun quickly, but PLA, again, that very low temperature resistance will just soften and squish real fast with a hot air gun. So I really only use the hot air gun these days for removing TPU strings, and for that, it works fantastic. So it's worth getting one just for that. But again, if you need to heat up a chamber quick, and it's like quite a cold temperature, ambient temperature, hot air gun's also really good for that as well. Oh yeah, I also forgot to mention, something that also the hot air gun is great for is if you have a print and some areas are white, for example, you tear away a black print from a raft or remove supports, and it's got those sort of white blemishes on it. That's because the plastic has crazed in those areas. It's developed these little micro cracks, and those micro cracks reflect the light differently to the actual black plastic itself, and it comes up as like a white blemish. A hot air gun, again, fairly quickly, over those blemishes, those crazed areas, will just like reform them, melt them slightly, and restore the color of the print in that area. So again, really handy tip. I generally use this on ABS plastic, not on PLA because it doesn't do it as much and it melts, but ABS is really susceptible to crazing, and if you print a raft and the bottom looks crap, hit it with that hot air gun and it just really quickly restores the color. So no, again, another vote for getting hot air gun early on. It's really journey. And now a little bit about safety. Scraper blades and side cutters are incredibly dangerous if you don't use them correctly. Thankfully, a lot of the modern 3D printers have a flexible print bed. You can remove it, it's magnetic. Flex the print off and not worry about digging in with a scraper blade. But if you do have to remove a stubborn print with a scraper blade, I have heard horror stories. I've seen the most gruesome injuries done from these razor sharp scraper blades. Can you imagine trying to hold the print bed in place and push on it? Look at this, right? You could easily go straight into the side of your thumb, into that web of your finger. I've heard of people losing nerves, getting nerve damage, massive scars from stabbing themselves, and again, the side cutters that these printers ship with, they're often crap for a start, right? In my ebook, I recommend one of the first things to get is a proper pair of side cutters, because they are very useful, but you want good ones, but they're usually sharp, so when you're removing support material with side cutters, it can be really easy to slip and stab and get yourself nasty, and these things are sharp, and also they contaminate, right? They've been scraping print beds, glue, and all sorts of print additives, they got dust and workshop gunk on them, and then you stab yourself with them, so that's real bad. You can wear gardening gloves. A lot of printers actually used to ship with gardening gloves, but even those aren't good enough to stop you from getting stabbed with some of these like really sharp blades. So my advice, never force a scraper blade towards any part of your body, not your legs, not your hands, not anything. And with side cutters, just be really mindful of like the leverage you're doing, like just use a bit of force, leverage, don't push, right? Don't try to stab things with side cutters. I often use these picks, these sharp metal spikes essentially, to remove support material from bores and that sort of thing, like tight areas that you can't get a side cutter into. And they're really useful. I recommend getting some. But again, if you force these, right, and you stab yourself, you can have a bad time. That's, easily a trip to the emergency department, right? You get stitches, and who knows what else if you get infected. So please, don't grab your side cutters or your scraper blade while you're tired, while you're distracted, while you're drunk. Think about it and make sure you're taking your time to remove support material. Or again, ideally, don't print with any support material at all. Design your files, because remember, you're learning how to use design software, to not really need support. Print it differently. Have overhangs covered with bridges or 45 degrees versus just needing support. Avoid it as much as possible. It is getting easier and easier to print, but support material is still the bane of my existence, and I avoid it as much as possible because I hate fiddling with these little side cutters and things. It puts plastic everywhere, which is a pain in the ass.
But just to show you what I've got
taking a slight interlude to
down here, I've got a copy of Windows 7 running.
This is a big cheese there.
Windows 7, and here
Street
I think it's Office XP.
Always demands attention at the most annoying of times, which is right now, and she'll get it while we proceed. Now I want to talk about cultism in 3D printing briefly, and this is it might sound strange, right? But people viciously defend brands for some reason. And I've always found it a bit strange. And I wanted to touch on it because if you're just getting into 3D printing, you might see some discourse online when you talk about, hey, I just got this cool 3D printer, people saying, oh, that brand's terrible, they do blah blah blah, or oh, you should have gotten this one, or yeah, you got the best one, although others are terrible. It really annoys me because a brand's a brand and a printer is a printer. Again, these are tools, right? You send files to them and they print. If they don't print, then they're a crap 3D printer. I've reviewed so many 3D printers that just don't really work properly, and the brand is irrelevant. If the printer's good, then it's good and you should enjoy using it, you should get it. But if it's bad, then it's not good, right? But people seem to have this idea that only certain brands are good and everyone else is terrible. And you are an idiot for buying it, and you've made a bad choice, and etc., etc. And they sort of have this, again, cultism sort of thing going. And I really do implore you, if you're just getting started, don't buy into it. Enjoy the machine you got. I hope you did your research to get one that is good, because, again, there's a lot to choose from. But, yeah, if you chose a machine that fulfilled your needs, has the features you want, within your budget, and you're happy to use it, and it does the job, it actually works, then enjoy using it. Stuff what everyone else has to say, because it doesn't actually matter. A tool is a tool. I use a cordless drill that works because I needed a cordless drill. Do I care what brand that cordless drill is? No, I couldn't even tell you what it is. I didn't even look. But it does the job, and that's all that matters. So again, I hope you're able to avoid this whole cultism thing in 3D printers. I don't know why it's been going for years and years. There used to be a brand called TiVo, which was a kit, and it was a crap kit. It was terrible. But people were obsessed with it because it was so cheap, and you could make it good by spending a lot of money and time to fix it. But there was like a cult around TiVo for some reason. I don't know why it happens, but please just avoid it at all costs. And finally, something I wish I did early on, and I wish I could go back and change this, is I wish I kept copies of software that was free and open source that I used, and files that I used all the time for my printing. Because over the years, many pieces of software have vanished, and many files I used to use have disappeared as well. Now, whether it's the domain is no longer maintained, it disappears, or brands decide, hey, we're releasing stuff that's for free that we really should be charging for, and they decide to take it all down, you never know how long stuff's going to last online. And unfortunately, one of my favorite bits of software is dying, and that is Mesh Mixer. I used Mesh Mixer for most of my 3D printing journey. It got better and better and better, and then Autodesk priorities changed, and they shifted a lot of their attention to Fusion. They put all the features of Mesh Mixer into Fusion, but not all of them. And the thing is, Fusion is kind of free if you're an enthusiast or education, but it's definitely not free for most people. It's like $1,000 Australian a month to get the Fusion Suite plus add-ons. Whereas Mesh Mixer was completely free. And Mesh Mixer did things that you still can't do in any other mesh software I'm aware of. For example, you can mask areas of a mesh and then plane cut that area, and it won't affect the rest of the mesh, which is great if you have like a figurine and you want to cut the arm off but not cut the torso. You can do that in Mesh Mixer.
Yeah.
I don't think you can do it in anything else. Nothing I'm aware of. If you do know, let me know in the comments below. But Mesh Mixer is dying. It will disappear. There's a version that I used to use, which I don't have access to anymore because the old computer died, where it would automatically thicken the thin areas of a print. I used it for a My Little Pony tutorial way back in the day. You can't get that version anymore. And a similar sad story is Windows 3D Builder. It's been removed from the Microsoft Store. You can't get it anymore. I have it installed, and you can kind of get it through some back way, but that is probably going to be closed really soon as well. 3D Builder is really powerful and useful for fixing files, for fixing mesh files and doing basic edits. It's gone. There used to be something called Tinkerplay, which was based on Tinkercad, and it essentially allowed kids to design their own articulated action figures, where you could get parts and then mash them together, and it would actually sort of join the joints together, so you can see how it would look. You can import things, do Tinkercad functions like, you know, add and subtract and that sort of thing. But Tinkerplay's dead. You can't get it anymore. So if there's a bit of software that you use and you want to keep it, then please stick it on a USB stick or SD card or hard drive, or I don't care, and make a backup of it, because I wish I did that. Because 3D printing was like a community-driven effort for a long time. Now it's money. People want to make money off 3D printing, and therefore you don't have free things. And a lot of those free programs either became abandoned or they got removed by the companies that are now trying to tighten that noose and squeeze the cash out of you. So that's the final thing I want to touch on in this video. I hope you found it useful. If you're new to 3D printing, again, welcome. It is a fantastic technology, and you can do so many things with it. Everyone I meet has like one idea of what they want to use 3D printing for, regardless of the technology, and I think that's fascinating and so interesting to see. But again, there's just so many things that I've learned through trial and error that I would ideally help you avoid. And if you enjoy this video and want to see more, subscribe to Maker's Muse. My aim again to empower your creativity through technology, and catch you again very shortly. Bye. The year is 2012, and 3D printing is beginning to hit the mainstream hard. For the first time ever, fully functional printers, and not just kits, were becoming readily available from the likes of Ultimaker, Lulzbot, and MakerBot at a fairly affordable price. You see, although 3D printing has existed since the 80s, it was locked down behind corporate patents. Instead, the entire consumer 3D printing market we know today owes its success to Adrian Boyer and the RepRap community, who poured their collective resources together to create open source designs, electronics, firmware, and slicers. But have you ever wondered just how far we've come since those early days? Well, in this video I'll be comparing the latest Pusher slicer with its great-great-grandfather slicer version 0.9.7, released over 10 years ago. And I'm going to use this Ender 3 to print what it spits out. Results were interesting, to say the least. This video had many unexpected challenges, but before I dive into the software, I want to address one of the biggest lies on the internet. You hear people say all the time, put something on the internet and it's there forever, but that's just not true. For this video, I had to dig up ancient versions of open source software, outdated manuals, and it was honestly a real challenge. The early 3D printing community was just that, a community made up of enthusiasts who would contribute in their own way by writing a bit of code or designing an improved extruder for one of the many 3D printed designs that were kicking around at the time, and often host these on their own websites or discuss them in huge forum threads, many of which are now completely defunct. GitHub repositories do help to a degree, but these early projects have often been forked so many times that finding the original release is almost impossible. Now let's say you do find an old release of some open source software, you're probably also going to need to find the version of Python it was designed to run on, as well as various ancient plugins that it requires, and after all that, hope it runs on the latest Windows 10 somehow. Long story short, none of that worked. In the end, this ancient Windows 7 laptop saved the day. This was my university laptop, and it just so happens that I had saved on it the software I was using to prototype my industrial design final year project, a cake icing 3D printer. It sounds pretty wild, even by today's standards, but at the time, 3D printing was really exploding in popularity, and I didn't just want to design another FDM-style machine, because that market was becoming very quickly flooded, even back then. So I turned my attention towards using 3D printing technology to print with icing, or chocolate, instead of plastic. And I actually built a fully functional prototype, the U-Factory dessert printer. It used a progressing cavity pump to extrude viscous liquids onto cakes or directly onto the print bed, which used a belted y-axis so that continuous production was possible. The entire gantry raised and lowered with Dual Z lead screws, and there was a ton of consideration for food safety, such as the use of dry-lin linear guides versus oiled linear rods, and a removable food-grade belt. That was the design anyway. This was the prototype. This thing was hacked together with the finest materials a broke uni student could afford. But it was the software hacking that I found the most interesting. There wasn't any cake icing 3D printing slicer on the market I could use, at least not to my knowledge, so I modified the finest open source slicer I could get my hands on at the time. Slicer with a 3, or Slick 3R, as Tom so lovingly refers to it. Slicer, developed by Alessandro Ranellucci towards the end of 2011,
Do you want any minutes related to the website?
I do like File Manager here, and I've got sitting in the left here.
Here.
We know about network interfaces, that one is not right, and we've now got further. I don't mind most of these, but I do not want to have anything in the quick launch bar, so we'll get rid of that and click on next. Which is doing
at 1450.
I'll go ahead and put me in a route 10-4. And unit 926, I was unable to clear. It's really stuck in the deep end there, so I wasn't able to get it. Just a heads up on that, so it's going to be unclear. Alright.
And that's where Peros's biggest strength lies. Its purity gives users confidence that the OS is working with them, not against them. But Puros is not without controversy. Some critics argue that the strict free software-only stance limits its usability, especially for gaming, creative tools, or proprietary apps. So many users expect things like Steam, video drivers, or music video codecs to work out of the box, but Puros intentionally avoid such components. Some users falsely assume
you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So just do it on Cosmic and Pop OS. I love what they've got. It is a
157 traffic. I'll be out on Alazon and Terlingua.
To be my own driver. But are you a Linux Mint user? And if so, what do you think about the latest version? Do let us all know down in the comments section. But now, that's it for another video. If you've enjoyed what you've seen here, please press that like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. And I hope to talk to you again very soon.
10-4.
What happens if I finish that?
Here's report of patrol.
Should I get back to work now?
You view India as
Hey, you guys good down there? Just checking for...
Check back in after database.
Roger that. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate the call.
Spinning around
and not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted.
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Ryan is expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reports tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Silence trimming complete.
Available running out of station 72 for training.
Hello.
A recent colonel, recent driver, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem.
I'm sorry, 1505.
I love what they've done. It is a
Roger that. Thank you very much. Appreciate the call. Spinning around and not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted. Spinning around and not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted. Okay, and then 915, I got
At least
the 932 was the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that that's why I got confused. Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
No problem. At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
And I can use that word.
And I sensed that.
Setting aside that stumbling over the word articulable is objectively...
Renaming and preparation complete.
Copper, engine 17, minute 14. Engine 17, minute 14 to be chest page of the Simone Court Apartments, 37
so we'll click on
this.
this.
Very vocal and here's the portion 12,
Again, you need to take it.
What up is this one?
There we go. And nothing wrong, but now we get the dishes installed. I can right click and go to
We will
display.
very much see a different makeup at the Fed depending on who the president chooses, and that could mean that there is likely even more division potentially next year.
Elizabeth shows our fans to you. We're seeing dramatic
Thank you.
It for you guys, and if you like this video, then be sure to click the like button to let YouTube know.
William Lee complaint 02 123. Subject got out of water in Buford.
Database sorting complete. The entire audio workflow is finished.
On cosmic and it's very important. It's just the main vessel to cosmic, although it is also and what we talked about
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Move 4 files to processing zone.
These are among the most in the world.
Database sorting complete. The entire audio workflow is finished.
Anybody could come in. They emptied out their jails. They emptied them into our country. And the people behind me have done an incredible job.
Name. New files sorted. 4 placed in worded folders. Quarantined 1 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with worded series files. Placement scan complete. Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
504-10-4. Intimidate 2.0. Received.
Starting JSON security scan.
You mean a real time, we'll put it back on there.
You can edit menu, as you can see, although given how organised the menu is, there's no massive requirement to do that. And it is interesting to see there's now a new sites menu category. Finally, it's also possible to customise the interface by going down to preferences and to themes, which is down the bottom here somewhere. Where is the themes? There it is. And here we've got a lot of choice, including selecting different colours. And it's possible to
I don't know where they come from. Where did these people come from? Where did the judges come from? I want to compliment on behalf of Pam and Todd and all of us. Cash, I think that Janine is doing a fantastic job. And the case I heard was like flawless.
Bay 6503 needs a private on 3074.
was by no means the first open source 3D printing slicer to be developed, but it quickly rose in popularity due to its relatively straightforward interface and quality of life features such as auto-arrange and a basic but usable top-down print view. And you didn't need heaps of other random.
Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards.
Clear from without code 1 notice of violation and 1 unable to make contact. And we are en route to 4206 leopard.
That actually provide access to the file. I'm in the UK, so I'm going all the way down to the UK. There we are, and I'm going to download from University of Cambridge Service. So I'll click to start with.
Of this field the application of
Channel 205, 1042.
3C205, 10-4. Did you get that?
And make sure with your policies. And like this. But at that point, you most certainly are going to run into a situation eventually you might have to clean up files, especially if your storage volumes to become full. I hope you enjoyed today's episode of the Express Course. I had a ton of fun producing it for you guys. And if you like this video, then be sure to put that on YouTube.
Scan complete. System is secure.
Two-six device Charlie.
Seven, 10, 8.
Call for engine 14. Engine 14 is unknown EMS. Estimate location 6520 Macarena, 6520 Macarena. ESE is 1416. Crossing with Picante and South Side Drive. We're call by dispatch is 1511. There's a call for PD as well.
Terminate.
Tuesday, 3.8 received.
My phone turn it again when I'm not using it. And I can put it in a carry bag if I'm concerned. This dramatically reduces the amount of data between my phone and some networks. And I can still use it going offline. Things like offline maps and the camera. Keep in mind, you have to shoot basic with the Zoom and by just putting your phone in airplane mode when you're not using it. There are two methods using the hotspot that we recommend, but they apply specifically to hotspots purchased on the Corpus too.
Okay, they just put some updates on there. On callback, they were able to speak to someone, and they advised that it was an accident. Female on the line said there was no emergency, and they disconnected the line. Well, on callback, they were able to speak to a female that said that there was no emergency and that she hung up. That's all the info she gave. She said it was an accident and advised there was no emergency and hung up.
Sorry, Charles County, 24.
The D is unusually
3 Charles, 208. 1764 3769 1764 3769 property owner. 10-4.
These are the 3167. County Road 75 off of FM70. Texas plate Victor Henry Tom 5147.
The heavy goes to this Washington River nature flooding this week.
The situation is extremely serious. About comes up with fears about flooding.
Yeah.
Pretty powerful.
Ten four.
For engine 18 mix 6. Engine 18 mix 6. It should be a dollar pain. 69 also there. Depends on your errors. Unit 138. Is your 15 cross street with Holliston and Harrison Highway 286 for Robbie Smith 1318.
Last time there was some clothes and some other things that one of the vendors was trying to get and they couldn't get it. It was a little frustrating, but everybody got together. That it's going to be deep.
We will say first. Call for engine 18. Engine 18 is going to be a residential fire alarm at London Town Boulevard and Excelsior. London Town Boulevard and Excelsior. ESC it's 10105. Book off our dispatch at 1519. Call for medic 11. Medic 11 is going to be a trauma call, 5440 Ocean Drive. 5440 Ocean Drive. ESC it's 1106. Crossroad Cornish and Palmetto. Book off our dispatch at 1520. Stand for.
The DA unusually transparent.
Going to be working the sprinkler system.
Call for engine 11. Engine 11, can you come out with medic 11 for that 5440 Ocean Drive? 5440 Ocean Drive, ESC it's 1106. Cross with Cornish and Palmetto. Switch over to 1 at 1522. If everything is okay, actually, will you need feet out there? I don't think so. Okay. It's something you want to show you clear? Medic 6, they did not put one, but let me call and see if I can get one. Medic 14. Today received. Call for Battalion 4, Engine 17, Engine 4, Truck 4. Battalion 4, Engine 17, Engine 4, Truck 4 is going to be a residential light fire. 6818 Guinevere, 6818 Guinevere, ESC is 1416. Crawford Bison and Rock Crest. Work off Route 7 and 1524.
$160. Number. CCPD is what it doesn't specify what side.
Well, I'm parking at 138. Let me change the address.
I don't understand what you said.
Switch over to group 9. Group 9.
Four, 5 traffic. Okay. 7112.
What's your location?
The Gonaway parking lot, 181.
And 4.
Oh, 4 traffic.
Go ahead.
So, Lincoln Road 0284.
Alpha for Engine 10, Medic 10. Engine 10, Medic 10. It's going to be a emergency bleeding call at 5706 Escondido. 5706 Escondido. ESES 1013. Crosses the Hawaii and molester. February EMS 1 at 1528.
632.
76.
26 on C. Receive. And intimidate.
Calling resident of a male subject sitting on the side of the road under the circumstance. Can I have gray hair, wearing a gray sweater, no other description available. I just made one call sheet and noted that the new residents and I didn't get any information from the
Yeah, there's a rescue, sir. It's a vehicle that's over the ledge.
On this computer is NVIDIA graphics card. We need to launch the
Call for Medicaid, Division 14, Medicaid 14.
And just to be clear,
Unconscious subject, Corpus Christi Rehab Hospital, 5736, Esplanade, ESVS 1410, Crossroads Stapleton Parkway, Switch over EMS 1, 1529. Is that right? Yeah. For engine 6, engine 8 has my 5 with 7 foot 1. It's going to be upgraded to a regular structure fire, 6818 millimeter, 6818 millimeter, working off of group 7 and 1530. Engine 14 received.
This Metro Mitigate attaches to that fire. We're downstream from it.
And take from your
to be my driver. But are you a Linux Mint user? And if so, what do you think? Do let us all know down in the comments section. But now that's it for another video. If you've enjoyed what you've seen here, please press the like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe.
At the same time, without fixing the basics, the company began pushing AI into every part of its services.
The new fire ID process is not working for people. You've got to present a bigger vision, and I think the concept of your house is
It doesn't do much. It does have some Git management features if you need that, but I think most people will just use another text editor if they need to edit files in a Git repo. It's a very simple one, but it has the merit of existing and letting you.
And we salute the workers behind these glasses.
I just Christi 932 with the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that that's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry block.
Fascinating. You'll be closer to Medic 13. You'll be with Engine 7 for that unconscious subject course you rehab. ESD 1410, Project Salem Parkway, Central Region. There's still several units available.
$31.52, 90 miles.
What do you want to hear from?
Yes, be advised, we have assault at Amazon Park of Juveniles getting further information by basketball courts.
Doctor's appointment for the meeting.
So, 13-year-old boy, he's advising that he got hit by a girl. He's wearing a black hoodie and white shorts, and he's at the basketball court. 214, 220. Be advised, the RP that called us in is one of the subjects that did assault a juvenile at the skate park last night. The reporting party. He's going to be the one that assaulted another male last night at the skate park, and he just called 911 about a female hitting him, and he was laughing on 911. Since we're on cameras, it shows he's at the basketball court.
I think it's going to be the one walking up.